Hey, we love that umbrella guy. All right. Thank you.
I'm calling from Los Angeles, and I'm having a little problem under the name ThatUmbrellaGuy. I sent him my phone number at least 20 times in the chat and told him to call me. He ignored me. I'm a man. I filed the report. If you guys could take a look at it and give me a call back, I would love to hear what you guys can do to help us. We really need to kind of stop this guy at least until Monday. I told him to call me. I'm a man.
All right, what's going on? No.
Rolling up, I'm feeling fly, yeah, I'm so damn fresh. Got that platinum grill, bringing in the checks. Diamonds in my mouth, shining when I speak. That umbrella guy, flossing speaking geek. Ice on my teeth, I'm dripping so hard. Platinum grills, I'm the king of the boulevard. Throwing money in the club, making haters mad. I'm the baddest in the game, no one gets a pass. Ooh yeah. Crushing all these lines, yeah, I feel fly. Rolling on the dubs, that umbrella guy. Iced out pro on the boulevard. You ain't a comic gangster, don't be playing hard. Ice on my teeth, I'm flying so high. Dropping the bass, that umbrella guy. One grill to rule them all, one grill to bind them. Baby, I'm so iced out, gonna blind them. Rolling in town, I'm an army of one. Doing verbal walk-bys, blazing like the sun. Riding in my whip, crushing false accusers. Dropping off the bass on the real abusers. Yeah. Living life fast, no time for the slow. Justice on my mind, stacking up on my throat. Life in the fast lane, no time to blink. Ice on my teeth, watch it when I speak. Chilling on my rhymes, never missing a beat. Ice on my teeth, yeah, I'm living that sweet. That umbrella guy, bringing the platinum heat. Crushing every hater, no time for defeat. Ooh yeah.
Oh yeah, indeed. What's up, folks? Welcome to a Sunday edition, or a Saturday, or whatever today is. I think it's actually Saturday. Sunday edition. Shit. Oh, what a day. What a weekend. You know what's hilarious is that's without any kind of substances or anything. That is just that is living with sinus. Whatever here, man. I was actually going to take the weekend off, and man, then Shara decided to drop a freaking bombshell on us. Holy crap, too. You know, we've been hearing about proof and man, well, she decided that she was going to drop a big one. Oh, you're going to love this one. Now, Megan is running behind. She said she will try to get here. She had something come up. So we'll see how that plays. You know, it's just like last time. And that's fine. We all have that. Really, we don't stream on weekends typically anyway. Well, I haven't been lately, and she doesn't normally anyway. But oh man, I mean, this one is so good. By the way, I want to bring something up I think is really funny. Like while we're letting everybody get here and everything, you know, because we want everybody to get here when we cover something. By the way, Palmer, which is Art Homestead, thank you for that membership there. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Thought I would hit you there. Thank you, my friend. Right from the gate. Check this out, though. Oh, this is good stuff. Give me 1 second. So, the whole idea Now, I want to note something. Like I said, before we get started with everything, there was a question I had yesterday or last time. I guess that was Thursday. I keep saying yesterday. I guess that was Thursday. About deflection points. And it'll be curious to see how this one gets deflected too, that we talk about today. But I kept asking if Brucey Bruce was trying to pretend that liking a post or putting an emoji on a post where he's basically laughing at the sickness of George, if he was saying that he was hacked on that, via his wife's account. And apparently, yes, that is indeed correct. I mean, I want you to think about this, okay? So there's a post that's put up where somebody is being just an asshole, and they're talking some smack about George, about sickness, and you have Bruce's account go on and put up an asshole ha 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 laughing emoji about the sickness, saying, "Oh, you're faking it" and stuff. And also there was a post about a certain orange man that was put up there, right? Now apparently they got blowback to that. So what did they do? They're like, he was hacked, obviously. So you're going to tell me that somebody that doesn't like you is going to go and hack your account, and they're going to have so much freaking control over themselves that they're gonna like emoji, or really like laughing emoji, one post, and put up an orange man or an anti-orange man post, a political one, which I guess they're saying he doesn't put up political posts, which I find that kind of, I guess, fascinating, considering he put one up later on. Like today, I thought they were locked down. I thought his account had been hacked forever. Oh my God, I love this story some days. Again, I hate it. Jeremy confirmed they are indeed selling off the ranch. He's done videos on it talking about it. That sucks, man. I hate that stuff. I hate that he's gone through this shit. I hate that he does all of this. I do, however, love watching this part of everything, because how stupid do you have to be to try to go with this? Oh, it's so fun. Let's read this together. And then, like I said, tonight, like no joke, man. I'm telling you, for real, no joke whatsoever. To the stuff that Shara put up is big enough that I'm streaming on a day I normally wouldn't. I probably will not cover the Jamie Johnson stuff that I wanted to. The next time it's funny because anytime I say I'm gonna stream next time, this is what I'm gonna do, something crazy comes up, right? And I said the other day that I was going to stream about Jamie Johnson and do that RV, the stolen RV video. I was going to bring that one up because of the posts that Shara revealed the other day. I made plans. So, of course, something else has to come up. And, it's fascinating. After seeing what Shara brought up today, she's been saying that she's been getting threats. She said that for a while. She's posted about that on Facebook, talking about how she's been getting legal threats. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to intensify. This stuff, though, the stuff she posted proves that they have openly been going after Jeremy Hales behind the scenes, not just going after him, but yeah, when you look at it, it's like, tortious interference. Say what now? You know, an anti-journey or what the hell's a league? Really? You know, blunder twin powers activate. I mean, what is up with this? Uh, oh no. It'd be really bad, wouldn't it, if a lawyer kind of admitted that they were involved in trying to ruin someone's business. That would be really bad, wouldn't it? Oh my God, what a day. What a fucking day. What a week, man. Every week. This is the kind of stuff to get you added into litigation. I mean, it's that kind of crazy. By the way, I had a crazy thing happen the other day. I want to tell you about this real fast. I thought this was totally this speaks to the awfulness of humanity too. So we went to I'm not going to say the store. Okay. Well, I'm just referring this. I'm noting this informationally. So one of the kids, we went over to a store. We were I taking the kids out to go do their thing, you know, spend their money or whatever. And one of the girls has a little purse, you know. So we get up to the front, we're checking out. She puts her little purse up on the counter. You know, she can get her money out for a second, but she sets her purse up there and she's setting her stuff up. And guess what happens? Some jackass comes up and takes her purse and runs off. I ran off with her money. I was like, son of a bitch, are you kidding me? Now we talk to security and stuff like that over there. But could you imagine being low enough that you would steal a child's purse and their money? That's fucking horrible. Wow. I mean, I give her money. I bought her the purse, but what a horrible human being. Man, awful people. Totally unrelated. But I was just like, are you kidding me? What a bunch of freaking weirdos out there, man. Give me a drink here. If my voice sounds a little off today, it's because it's freaking 80 degrees here in the middle of November, and it has become a sinus. It's a sinus hell-tastic out here. You know, everybody in the home has been ill from sinus. So let me read this to you there real quick. So this again is on Brucey's wife's post. Bruce did not post here about the election. He did not react with a laugh emoji to the post mocking someone's medical problem. Someone managed to hack his account and or is making fake posts. He's dead. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my God. That is the worst excuse. Just own it, man. If you're an asshole, own it. If you've been mocking somebody because they're sick, own it. I mean, hack? Are you fucking kidding me? People screenshot the emoji thing. Now, as far as election, I don't give a shit less. You know, like I said, I'm an equal opportunist. I make fun of whatever. If it hits my day, if I want to make fun of something about one politician, or I want to make fun of the other one, fine. You know, post about that if you want to. I don't even see the point there. Why deny it? Who cares? Would you lose like 5 followers? Oh, who gives a fuck, man? You know. But denying that's because it looks really bad to mock somebody's sickness. Mocking cancer is a big no-no, you know. Makes you look like a giant asshole. But he has deactivated his account. If it's possible to learn who did it, legal action will be taken. He's deactivated his account. That's crazy, right? It'd be really weird if that account, I don't know, was out there maybe posting again. Now, again, the subject of the post, the next one, is not the point. The point here is to say, I thought it was hacked and offline. Started posting again. And it's posting about fucking it's posting about political shit. The stuff that can't stop. It's like an addiction. A diction. Why, Bruce? Why you can't stop yourself? I've been hacked. Oh my God. We turned it off. First of all, if you're hacked, you usually can't turn off your fucking account. That's not how hacking works. When people hack your account, they typically lock you out. You have to go and go through account recovery. You can't just, turn it off or whatever. And here, and again, I've seen this stuff about your body, my choice. Yeah, that's jacked up. Anybody that thinks that would be a jacked up statement. So I we're not even going with context here. I'm just saying this account, I thought it was hacked. I thought it was offline. I thought it wasn't working. Not only have that, but this is definitely some Bruce shit, because he's like, any girl or boy who gets in trouble for kicking another boy in the or beating the crap out of them for saying, your body, my choice, I represent you in court free. That sounds like a Bruce thing, right? Oh man, I'm gonna drum up some business. And somebody else is like, oh, well, pro hoc vice and pro hoc vice, pro hoc. in Tejas, I have a shaky leg and a mean streak. Bruce is like, if I can't, I'd be happy to find someone. That's 100% Bruce shit. That is Bruce. So we gone from it's hacking. It's hacking. Oh my God, I love life for them days. Oh man. Now we have now then that was just a little taste of fun. Just because I thought that was funny. By the way, weirdly enough, apparently some people out there were saying that they don't believe that I agree with everybody over talking about stuff, I guess, with what the hell's. I'm curious what I supposedly don't agree with. I'm very curious about that. I don't go as hard on the subject of the kid in the way people go about it, but I very much believe that, like, a Lynette has brought up her own red flags. So I go at it at a certain way. I believe in a different approach. I believe in a more tactful approach. And my tactful approach is giving Lynette, she has her voice. She says that person is an awful human being. There's a walking red flag. That way, when a litigious asshole wants to say, I'm going to sue you, why? You going to sue me over what your client said? I've just been quoting your client. You going to sue me over that? How's that going to work? I also always put out a PSA saying, don't contact anyone involved or any agency. So how's that going to work? But yeah, that doesn't mean I don't believe that. Like I said, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt on that subject. With John Cook being an awful lying asshole, I'm giving her I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. I mean, what's the problem there? But apparently, I guess, some people interpret that. I always like to, it's fascinating because I'm going to show you something that Shara posted now. Okay? And Shara also posted this with a call that shows when she says that she changed her mind. I've gotten to the point where I don't care if you agree with me on this or not either, okay? I believe this is my point. This is my thoughts on Shara after everything I've been seeing, everything I've been hearing, and more. I believe Shara 100% believed Lynette Preston. I believe that she went into it. She thought that there was she had been told that there was a child that was in need and in danger, and she 100% bought into that narrative. That's understandable. People do that all the time. They thought, oh my God, she thought she was out there doing a great thing, protecting a kid. Apparently, she has had a problem with some stuff that's gone on. She's had some concerns for a while, like for a long while now. And she'd actually vocalized that. And apparently, well, yeah, let's look through some stuff together, shall we? So we're going to listen, first of all. If you haven't heard this 911 call, there's going to be some screenshots in the back. We'll go back and read everything together. But this 911 call, this was what Shara was saying, really cemented her concerns. And I understand that because a lot of people said that too. Now, why is this important, by the way? Well, like I said, when you look through the background here, when you look through these screenshots, you see the conversation going on, right? Yes, there's a spoiler in this, You see them talking about things like, I want to encourage people to report Veteran Nation's video and get the channel shut down by YouTube. Oh no, that's not smart. That's not good. That's very bad, right? I mean, talking about getting people off YouTube permanently and, like I said, knocking them down, destroying them, or building an anti-what-the-hell's media ecosystem? That sounds pretty fucked up when you think about it. You have the lawyer for fucking Lynette Preston, the guy who inserted his fucking self into this litigation, talking about building an anti-what-the-hell's media ecosystem. That is a motherfucker wanting to destroy your business. That is tortious interference. That is the thing that you don't say out loud. I cannot believe what I'm saying here. I knew this stuff existed, though. I knew it. Good job, Brucey. I knew this stuff existed. I knew. Shara had been witness to stuff too, because these people, man, they have let their hate overcome everything else, and they've decided to do some awful stuff. But this is the kind of proof that, yeah. So we're going to look at all of that. We're going to read everything together at the end of it. But I just wanted to show you a little bit because, again, when I say that there's some bombshell shit, this is the kind of stuff that gets you added to litigation. This is the kind of stuff that fucks you in a courtroom right here. And what's amazing to me is this is the lawyer for Lynette Preston fucking his client and himself. It's like, chef's kiss, baby. Chef's kiss. This is enough that I feel like this. I'm not going to mute. I feel like, I've been sleeping in the day, which typically I don't do because I was like, the weather sucks. I don't feel great. When this hit me, I was like, man, I got some energy, baby. Man, Bruce should be a doctor because he brought me back from the dead. Oh, shit. I mean, this kind of, oh my God. Shara, I knew she was sitting on a gold mine. Knew it. Shara, it took, I know you're a lady there when I say this. So, I mean this, I don't mean this literally, okay? It took some balls of steel to go out there, despite, I'm sure, all of the threats that you've had, because you know this stuff. If you've been privy to conversations like this, Bruce has been litigious just on nothing. on absolutely nothing at all. He's made plenty of, if you do this again, these backhanded, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. And he's going after people for all kinds of stuff. And I get the feeling, this is just a guess. Again, I haven't had a conversation with Shara about this. I'm not talking out of turn or anything else. Megan, like she said, had talked to her. For me, I exchanged, I think, 2 sentences. And I told her that if Brucey Bruce wants to come after her and threaten her and sue her, that that ain't gonna happen like that. You can't force someone into silence when they're talking about this stuff here. Like, you can't make them shut the fuck up about the truth with what's going on. If y'all have been plotting behind the scenes to ruin people, building up again an anti-what-the-hales media ecosystem. That, like I said, that's not going to play very well in court, I don't think. So let's listen to this 911 call. Like I said, I wanted you to see this before anything. Now, you've if you've been around, you've heard this call. But like I said, Shara noted this is the thing. I've never played this on my my channel, but I said this is the thing that Shara was saying. It pretty much told her that yes, everything that her concerns were valid. What she heard in this that was aimed toward a child. And again, like I said, when we're listening to this, remember, not calling anyone, nothing like that. Hey, let me hit some super chats real fast while we're here. Let me get my voice back for a little bit. Jamie, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs. Thank you. Thank you for that membership. Appreciate that. What's up, Tiny? Tiny, thank you for the membership. Hey there. Love it. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs. Appreciate that. That's awesome there. Clear as mud. What's up, my friend? Hey there. Using that picture. I love it. Hey there, indeed. Gwendolyn, thanks. 20 months. 20 months there. Thank you for that. Oh, look at all them fun times and hey there's. Appreciate it. I wish it would show the emojis when it puts them up. The little emoticons and stuff. Speaking of them, what's up, Liz? How you doing, Liz? I haven't seen you in a hot minute. I hope you're doing fine there. This story is getting crazy too. For anybody that's dipped out for a hot minute, like this is starting to heat up big time. So just a note. But thank you for the 70. Thank you there. Hey, Tug, love you and the fam. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Appreciate you quite a bit. Man, this is crazy today. Rogue Mama, thanks for the 2 there. Shara speaking quietly, but wielding a big stick. And that is indeed correct. Very much so. And one other. That way, when people super chat, I'm trying to be timely when I'm by myself. And again, hey, Megalodonus.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Oh, sorry. I was having mic problems. Sorry. Okay.
Perfect timing, though. I was about to play that video.
I know you really have to back up a second because I'm sorry. Wait, what now? We have to back up a minute because
which one? I mean, my God.
Let's know just to the last one that you had on the screen there about the media. What was it now?
Let's see. Give me 1 second. The what the hales media
ecosystem. Oh, what's this now? Is this, you know what this sounds like to me? Could this be the coordination of a bunch of people, including YouTubers, coordinating and working together behind the scenes to take down and destroy someone's life? What does he call that again? Was it cyber stalking under the guise of journalism?
Yeah, actually, wouldn't this also be cyber stalking under the guise of lawfare, I'm gonna
Yeah,
call it.
litigating.
Yeah.
This could be a whole new category of crime. I don't know.
Oh, Jesus, man. I mean, this, I knew, like I said, I knew Shara knew things because she's been there from go. She has seen everything. And you know what? I mean, she something disturbed her so badly with these people that she didn't just walk away from stuff, but she was disturbed by these people. This is what I'd been thinking for a minute, but I didn't want to say this until I saw something. She was bothered by situations, so she walked away. So that in and of itself is one thing, but something went on with all these other people. Something there that disturbed her enough. You could see the way that she speaks about it, that she removed herself from them, not from the situation, but from them. And she tried not to go on. She even talked about being forced into going live with these people. She didn't want to be part of something. So that tells you plenty. It tells you something bad was being cooked up in the old kitchen there. Oh man,
It's worse
yeah.
than we even know. It's worse than you think.
I bet there's so much more. Shara, it took stones, dude. Let me put on my kid.
Oh, huge stones. She's got brass balls. Yeah, the size of church bells, this one.
I love it, man. I love it.
I don't think from now on anybody could ever say she's not a journalist. Holy
Not
crap.
just that. People, anybody that, I know there have been people saying, I doubt why she's doing this, and people had come up. Okay, this stuff right here, it tells you straight up. She's doing something because she was disturbed by an issue,
Well, and I can tell you, I've spoken to her in personally, and she's very disturbed. She's very concerned, and not only with the safety of the people involved in the story, but her own safety and health is being threatened by these people, and that's not okay.
I'm just going to be blunt about it. If they're going to threaten her to sue her because she's talking about, I mean, these are communications yet. Of course they want to shut this up and shut it down. Of course they did. I can see why they were making threats, but she has every right to talk about it. There is nothing being violated as far as the law is concerned. And if they want to go after her and try to sue her, fuck her, I will sit here and I will definitely, she puts up like a GoFundMe or something, I'll pimp that thing every
I will
day.
fundraise every day, all day long to get her all the help she needs. Yep. This is absurd. This kind of using our legal system, our justice system as a weapon against people you dislike for money is the grossest thing I've ever seen. It is disgusting. It is done far too often, and it needs to stop. And no way are we going to let this stand. No way. You don't have to like Jeremy Hales. You don't have to like him. You don't have to like his style. You don't have to like his brashness. You don't have to like him at all. But how can you look at this and still think he's in the wrong?
I like you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I like Jeremy too. I think
like
he's funny.
Content Santa. I love you. I love you.
But I mean, that's always. I love you, Content Santa.
Yeah, no. If I had a kid, if I had a kid on the way, I would make his middle name What the Hales. It would be like Tiberius. What the Hales, Umbrella Guy.
Tiberius. We can name one of the triplets Tiberius What the Hales. That Umbrella Guy.
I was telling people, every time, like when I make up, if people are like, you make up accounts, you got to be this account and that account. No, you can tell if I have an account and I only have like one on Facebook or something. You usually tell because they have something they're named like Thaddeus, Eugene, Gary, or something. TUG. I can't help myself. Oh my God! But I would definitely. Oh man.
Well, it's always the excuse people use. They're like, he's too brash. He's too confrontational. It's really interesting. I wanted to show you this actually, because this is deep. We don't usually do philosophy here. But Mike Cernovich tweeted something today that really caught my attention that I had never seen. It was a quote from the Talmud which I haven't read, which is a Jewish text. And I took a screenshot of it because it made me think about something so long. I must have spent an hour just thinking about this quote. And this is what it was. And it made me think of this case. He who has mercy on the cruel will ultimately become cruel to the merciful. Think about that for a second. This is what Jeremy has done. He has shown no mercy to the wickedness that came against him, but they're using their status in life as being poor and, underprivileged to throw that in his face like a weapon, because he isn't, because he's the opposite. And nobody wants to see a guy who's successful as a victim. Right? It's very hard to see him as somebody who you just say, oh, he should let it roll off his back, etc. But what if there's a pattern in her life where she's done this to people without power time and time again? What if this Jeremy is just one in a long line of people who this has been done to, and it finally got to somebody who said no more, who wouldn't be merciful to this cruel behavior? Because if he was and he let it go, it would continue and it would hurt other people.
Yeah, you finally, it's very rare when you run into somebody that actually does say enough, because most people, they're not willing to go to the level that this stuff plays out at. I mean, look at it. Look at what it's done to this man's life. Look what it cost you. It can cost you everything. It does. I mean, he's talking about, these people are celebrating. Look at this. This fucks me up. Okay. He's talking about selling the ranch that he's at. He's like, I can't be here anymore. And they're celebrating. I'm like, you realize that's bad. You're anti what the hell's media ecosystem, all of the horrible shit that's gone on, IRL, all of that is forcing this man to leave. It is costing him. It is harming him, not just his business, his reputation, but him. And he's like, dude, I can't be around this anymore. I'm having to move. Now he puts on a good face on it. He's not going to sit on camera and cry. So some people aren't going to be as sympathetic with that. But when you really think about what's happening here, yeah, that's why people don't stand up. That's why they don't take a chance to try to stop it. And they end up kicking that proverbial can down the road. And like you said, it happens to another person. And
if you don't stop it and stop it hard, right? We see this on the world stage too. When evil regimes pop up, if you don't stop it, and I hate war, but there are times, speaking of World War II, for instance, where you have to go in and crush it. So you have to meet that kind of violence with violence, and you have to meet this kind of aggression with aggression. And if you don't, the aggressor continues to just stomp all over the place. And, it's funny because under that post that Cernovich put up, a bunch of people were putting up other philosophers who were saying the same thing. So Ayn Rand had said, pity for the guilty is treason to the innocent. Isn't that something? I mean, and this is what we're dealing with here. Pity for the guilty. They want you to feel sorry for this person who has been doing this stalking and this nonsense to people because she's a pitiful person. And there's no doubt she's pitiful, right? She's a person who is pitiful. She lives in poverty, and they want you to just feel sorry for that thing and excuse the behavior. But that will affect the innocent people all around her and anybody else who behaves like this. You can't let it go. And so when people criticize him for not letting it go, I have a problem with that, because here we have Shara, who has been on the inside of this, who is seeing what has gone on, not just with Jeremy, but with other people. And in the coming days, you are going to hear about what happened to Jamie Johnson, someone who lived on the property. And we've already heard from Lloyd, who lived on the property, and her grandson, who lived on the property. We are talking about a pattern of behavior.
It's unreal, man. When you get down to this stuff is fucking unreal. You know, it really is. You know, the other thing that was showcased in this conversation. Remember all the denials about going after Veteran Nation and trying to shut his channel down?
Mm-hmm.
Encouraging people to report channels. Remember, they're not doing that, right? They haven't
Right.
been mass flagging people like Megan Fox, right?
And here it is.
Huh.
Oh, and I have it on good authority that there's a lot more.
Oh my God, Shara. Wouldn't you know that you're my hero?
You're everything I would like to be. I could fly higher than an eagle.
You're the wind.
Shara's the
I should
wind
have
beneath my
sung that in
wings.
Gollum, man. I should have. Precious.
Oh my God. Can you
Oh my
sing while
God.
doing that voice? That would be interesting.
Yeah. Let me see if I can do it.
Let's do it.
Wouldn't you know, precious, that you're my hero? Oh, my precious. You're the wind beneath my Otter Creek wings. Precious,
Oh my God.
precious.
We need to have you record an album in
Oh
that
my
voice.
God. That's amazing. Oh. No, you want to hear something really funny. So, you know, they made a. I'm going to tell you this. Here's you another thing to do, Megan. I found you something great. Okay.
Okay.
You've been looking for games to play.
I have
Yeah.
been. Yeah.
You know, there's a Lord of the Rings Gollum game.
No, shut up.
Yeah. There is a Lord of the Rings Gollum game. So you could go in and you could retitle it like Escape from Otter Creek. You know, it's a terrible game now, by the way, but you play as Gollum. So,
Oh no.
oh,
I don't think
yeah.
I think I could only take about, I don't know, 5 minutes of that before I
Oh
get
my
creeped out.
God. I would
Gollum
love
is
to
one
go
of
on and
the
do commentary with it. You know,
Gollum's
I'm
one of the
escaping,
creatures.
precious.
He's one of the creatures in these movies that scares me so bad I can't look at the screen.
Really?
I don't know.
See,
Yeah, when he
I love
changes his
this
face and he
story.
goes all crazy, like
Oh.
there's something about Gollum that scares the crap out of me. Even in the cartoon version, do you remember The Hobbit that was in the
Yeah.
80s that they made
Oh,
a cartoon? It was an
yeah,
excellent
that was,
cartoon.
yeah, I was watching with my kids not too long ago.
Yeah, it's a great cartoon. If you guys haven't seen The Hobbit animated version from the 80s, you got to see it. Anyway, even in that one, Gollum, the character, scared me so bad. I don't know what it is about that character, but every time I see that thing, I shudder.
Well, he's such an interesting study. I show him to my kids because I think he's a great lesson in, you know,
Oh,
things that
totally.
corrupt you and obsession. I mean, it's his story is so sad. Like he's one of my
It's
favorite.
really sad.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite literary characters that we've seen brought to the screen because of that. You know. Oh,
I
but
think
the
that's
game.
why it's so scary. I think that's why it's so scary, to tell you the truth. Because when you find out who Smeagol is or was, you find out that he was just this normal hobbit, right? So it's like this normal hobbit who gets enthralled by this thing and he can't get it out of his head, and it just destroys him. And you can attribute that to anything, like, you know, any addiction that people struggle with that turns you into a monster. And I think that's what's so scary about it, when you've seen people go down that road and get sucked into that horror story. It's terrifying.
Well, and it consumes him to the point that, you know, the idea of ultimate power corrupting, you know, so he finds this thing and right off the bat again, you know, it causes him to, let's just say off, you know, somebody that he cared about, then it ruins him, you know, it ruins his life. He has to be driven out and, you know, it consumes him for hundreds of years. I mean, it's a terrible story, but
It's a good lesson, though.
Good one. I think that game, though. I think Otter Creek Escape.
Otter Creek Escape.
Yeah, great game. I actually, I picked it up for we have a PS5 here, and my kid, I was like, "That's a horrible game, kids." You know, my daughter's like, "I don't care. I love Gollum." I was like, "Okay." I was like, "Well, I guess it costs $6, so I guess we're not really throwing down anything. It costs as much as a couple of candies these days." So,
Oh,
yeah.
that's funny.
Man, I couldn't believe though in these messages too. Like I said, you got the what the hell's league, and you got this. He told us straight up in emails. Like, I mean, oh, you've got you have a veteran nation having the ability to probably bring up. I mean, they're gating against him. This is definitely against YouTube's terms of service. It's against everything with it. But on top of it, before we play this, let me pull this up here too. Give me 1 second. Remember that wonderful email he sent us, about how he wasn't doing this stuff, and yet he was. Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Pull that up because it's absolutely hilarious to look at them side by side.
Yeah, because he's saying, nor am I, quote, trying to have YouTube channels shut down. Writing one letter reporting Veteran Nation's PR stunt and asking that they shut his channel down for it is hardly, quote, trying to get him shut down. But he's saying he just wrote one letter. That's it. And then you find out behind the scenes.
Wait, what date? What date was that letter? Was the letter that? Do we remember the letter that I'm gonna go see if I can find that letter because I want to know the date.
Find out the date on that one if give me a second. I could probably find it. Just let me see. I'll pull up my email and look up old Brucey Bruce. Those emails.
God, this is so embarrassing for him. You would think a lawyer would be smarter than to write these things down.
You would, well, not really. Said you would think. No, wait, no.
No. You would think, though. You would think that he would know better than to write these things, put these things in writing that can be entered into a court record.
Yeah, but he hasn't been. He has not been. So, no, I actually don't know. I know the. Okay, so there's the. Oh, let's see. The one before this, the one that came up was on. Actually, I didn't realize this. The one he wrote, the big internet YouTube story where he's trying to recruit. Did you realize that happened on 9/11?
Oh God! So that's what he's doing on 9/11. Yeah. Oh, always be selling. Yes, that's what he's doing. Always be closing. That's what he's doing.
Their proposal, I found it. Here it is. So that happened on the 14th of September.
The one that he sent to YouTube Legal.
No. I thought you were talking about the letter.
No, I want to know what date he sent the YouTube Legal one. I think I have it here. Hold on.
Yeah, you'd have to pull that one up because I don't remember.
The YouTube. Let's see. I'll see if I can find it. You continue, and I'll find it.
Hey, that's also just a note. We were pulling up any document that pertained to this case. I don't know if we pulled that document out as one to
we
put
didn't.
Away. I don't know if we did. I don't remember.
I'm sure. I don't know. I will look.
Doing it.
I feel like
I don't think.
I feel like I did because I had it. I have it saved somewhere.
Yeah.
I know for a fact it's in my Twitter DMs, so I can go there. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we didn't put that one in, so I'm glad we're mentioning it because that one definitely needs to be in there.
But what it says, the whole point in all of this, what this says is that they were, again, doing the thing that they have vehemently denied, and that is
and accused us of doing.
Mm-hmm.
They've accused us of doing these things. Nobody has any evidence that we've ever done any of this. But we're not trying to get anyone shut down. We don't report channels. Look at this.
Straight up admissions. And this mirrors what you could see had been going on with that letter that you're talking about. Because it mentions many letters, or they were very familiar, rather, YouTube Legal was with What the Hell's channel. So, with that being mentioned like that there had been many communications. And you can tell, again, if there is a anti-What the Hell's media ecosystem.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is a fucking wild statement. I don't know if people... Like when you think about it, we're not talking about a league or anything. I'm saying league, but that's so much bigger because they're talking about building something that's sustainable. They're building channels and everything else that can feed off of one another so they can destroy. This is all for the intent of being, quote unquote, what the hales to destroy them. And again, this is the lawyer representing. This is
Didn't he
Michelle's
say
voice.
he was going to accuse us of racketeering and RICO?
Oh,
Now,
oh.
I want to just pull up again. I've got two definitions to read for you. One is RICO. RICO's goal is to prevent organized crime and racketeering. Okay, so what this is a conspiracy is a group of people acting in concert together to do criminal acts, right?
Yeah.
So let's go over to the definition of ecosystem, by the way. And there are two definitions which are pretty interesting. An ecosystem is a community of living organisms interacting with their physical environment in a particular area where all components are interconnected. All right. And then the non-biological definition, because that's generally about living things, in science. I love how the last sentence is essentially it's a complex network of life and its surroundings within a specific space where every living thing depends on each other and the non-living factors around them to survive. Now, the non-biological definition in general use means a complex network or interconnected system. Oh, you mean like racketeering?
Yeah. I mean, for real, Oh,
It's unbelievable that the crazy things they've accused us of, racketeering, for instance, is the exact definition of what this man says he's doing. And he uses a word, ecosystem, which literally mirrors the federal definition of racketeering and RICO. You
was like,
couldn't make this up.
as a lawyer involved in a case here, making the type of claims that we've seen, how the fuck do you end up doing this? Like how? How do you say I realized that these people they were doing this anyway. You could see it, but to type it out, to
what
say
else?
the unspoken part.
You know what else?
Hmm.
Slug has said on multiple occasions, and I believe he has at least one email that he's already showed, I remember it, that these people, including Bruce, were promising him and other YouTubers. Oh, and we have that letter to the media promising them if they covered this story from Bruce's point of view that they would get views and make money.
Oh,
that
yeah,
they
you
would
remember
build
that.
Remember that?
Yeah, you remember Shizzy's let's
Oh,
say
yeah.
maybe.
Right. So, you guys, where are the emails, by the way? Where are the emails proving that I'm in some kind of conspiracy and you're in some kind of conspiracy with Jeremy Hales? Where are those? How come there are none of those? Where?
Well, because what is that thing? Oh yeah, they don't exist.
They don't exist, and they never existed. There's no such thing because it didn't happen.
But I mean, just making up shit while you're doing fucked up things, blaming the other. It's this classic blame other people for what you're doing tactic.
For what you're doing.
You see it all the time. You see it socially, politically, Yeah, you were talking about that, actually, just referring back to it real fast. So there's the Shizzy one. Again, it's blurry because it's the way it's screenshot. Shizzy talked about that. He took his screenshot when I interviewed him. But yeah, you can see him discussing that instead of helping Jeremy destroy the lives of, like you were saying, buzzwords, elderly, disabled, poor neighbors, and their 4-year-old child to generate YouTube content and views. Why not choose to quote unquote cover this story from an objective standpoint? Tootlies does, and their views have quadrupled. Cover it from my perspective. I mean, the views will quadruple for your channel, and like you said too, as far as the media, yeah, I mean that's a strange thing, isn't it?
Seems like he's dangling a carrot in front of another YouTuber to say, "I can get your views quadrupled." God, this guy is like Satan. I swear to God, sell me your soul and I'll quadruple your views. I have never said that to anybody in my life. Like I've never said that to you. Not even Tug. when I contacted you about like what the first case we started working on together was the tonsil twins case. And when I first emailed you about it, I was like, Tug, you have to cover this. And why did I say you had to cover it? I didn't say you're going to get views. I said, this is right up your alley.
Yeah,
False
that's
accusations.
exactly it.
I said, false accusations. You're going to love this. It's Amber 2.0. You're not going to believe this case. It is some kind of crazy nonsense that you will love and you will do great covering. That was what I said.
You
I
know,
was
one of the
not like,
deflections-
hey, you're going to quadruple your views if you see what? What is that?
I noticed another deflection point they're using is saying that, like going back and talking about something like this, something that's happened before. Those are old stories. It's you're just going back to milk it from a no. It's all they well know, especially as a lawyer. You very well know that all of this is in play now because it's all part of litigation, not just the federal lawsuit, but all of it. All of it's in play, and it all becomes relevant. Here's the promise, by the way. This is him writing the media, telling them the legal reporter who covers this story will be invited on numerous YouTube channels for legal analysis on an ongoing basis. You know, AKA, you'll get exposure. Yeah, man, I'm telling you. Oh, God.
This is building the anti-what-the-hales ecosystem. And man, this guy is so dumb.
You know, part of building
You're
the
so dumb. I need that guy, that meme guy. You so dumb.
Well, I think there's a part not being taken into consideration when it's building the anti-what-the-hales ecosystem. That wouldn't just be saying to go after Jeremy Hales. It would explain a lot of trying to shut down anyone else that talks about this, because you know the way that you can make that survive and thrive is to shut down anyone with an opposing viewpoint. So of course that's what they would do. Oh, it's crazy, man. I
This is
love
so
this
nuts.
today.
He put this
Shara.
in, he wrote it,
Oh.
you know, and he cannot complain that Shara is showing these messages because he put it in writing to other people too.
Yeah.
You're a dumbass, Bruce. You put this in writing to members of the media. And by the way, you knew Shara was a journalist. You wanted her there to cover this story. You wanted her there. You knowingly invited her in. You should know better than to do that or to tell a journalist, by the way, that you're into some unethical stuff. Because if you do that, they have a duty to report it to the public.
Yep.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing. You know, lawyers have ethics, but so do journalists. And if you invite me into a story and I agree to help you, and I say, yeah, I think your facts are pretty good. I'm going to help you. And then meanwhile, in the investigation, you show me that you're a piece of shit who is doing illegal things. I have no more duty to you at all. My duty's to the public, period.
Well, you see Shara here. So I'm going to play this clip. And the reason she put that up is because if you notice what she's talking about right here, she's discussing it and she's saying, I have a problem about that. You know, do you have any thoughts about those threats that are being made to a small child? So she's voicing it. That's what she said publicly. She said, you know, it hurt my heart to see this stuff. And sure enough, she's messaging him. You can see the dates on it, you know, when this came up. So it all fits. All of the pieces that she talked about, she has something to back that up.
I think
So
you
100%.
should. I think you should read this first before you read her statement before you play this section.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second.
So then it'll make more sense.
Okay. So she says, any thoughts on your client's threat to a small special needs child to hit the child in the mouth who is joyfully interacting in the background in her call to law enforcement? I don't know any mother who threatens innocent children in the way she does, including threats with melatonin sedation with consistent anger. So that brings up again that plus the melatonin thing, except, you know, this actually adds more of why there would be concern, because she's saying threats of sedation with it, with consistent anger. So it wasn't just giving your kid melatonin. She's saying, hey, threats of sedation. That's regardless of stress, the heart does not ever. This is the first time I've heard that call. So again, she was saying she had not heard certain things, you miss in the wash. She was saying, I'd requested certain items. I had certain conversations I was privy to, but I didn't see it. She said that publicly. So I believe that anyway before, but she's making it clear here. This is the first time that I've seen that. So, and it confirms my concerns were accurate. Hitting the mouth is not considered corporal punishment. Threatening to do so is what the child is hearing regularly. So not hearing, but hearing regularly. And yeah, usually here's the thing. This is something I've learned over time with just human observation in general. If people are willing to do something in front of an audience in public, yeah, they're doing it a lot. They become comfortable with that idea,
Imagine what is said when there aren't police officers listening, or done when they're not. Saying that in front of a police officer is unbelievable.
I mean, you're not talking. That's a good point, Megan, because it's not just bringing it
Not
up
just
in
any
front of the
person.
crowd.
It's cop.
Yeah.
You're on a
And
911 call.
Also in feeling that there will be no ramification. Nobody will even question it. That's also a fascinating thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
So she told me she never hits her child, but told the sheriff in CPS she hits her child on that body cam he just published. The sheriff delayed its release to me until yesterday, and I requested it first. Jeremy Hales got it first. I'm not your problem, Bruce. I told you of my concerns from the start, and your client and Marla and Redacted, who told me she agrees with hitting children, are lying to you about me and details of the case and what was done to me by them a year ago. That's fascinating too, because the details of what happened to her a year ago, you can tell something major happened behind the scenes, just the way she's talking about it. Michelle apologized and begged me back, only to use me and lie about me and trash me again. But contacting and lying to people I'm trying to help in this case is unacceptable harassment. You are her attorney, and I've asked you for the return of my 311.
Here, that's the $311 for the electric bill or whatever.
Yeah, so she said that for the emergency electric, she talked about how it was being misused. I hope people, when they're just openly giving funds, these are the conversations happening behind the scenes with people that were involved with Preston. So people that are just throwing their money, thinking that it's going toward a legit purpose. That's what Shara said she thought too. And now she's like, wait a minute, yeah. Why don't you give me $311 back? Because she lied to me regarding and immediately called me a quote unquote C. You can see you next Tuesday, I'm gonna say.
Yep.
And abuser. And of course, how many people have been called an abuser by this person?
Oh, so many.
I wonder who hasn't. That's a better question.
That's a better question. Who hasn't she called an abuser? We have to really stop believing the things that Michelle Preston says, because it keeps coming out that nothing she said rings true. Everyone denies everything she said.
I'm wondering, she already noted too in those exchanges we saw where she was pumping for information about Jamie Johnson. We saw that she has a problem with Bruce and others. So it's just a matter of time before they too are monsters. That'll be interesting. If that's assuming that hasn't already happened. I mean, I don't feel like I'm going out on a limb saying when there's statements like that. Yeah, there's probably been some pretty horrible things stated about them behind the scenes. Let's see.
Again, a pattern of behavior.
Yep. Yeah. Well, when you've seen this happen again and again, why would you expect there to be some deviation from it? Why would you be the
Right.
exception? You know?
Right. You're not going to be the exception. This woman makes enemies everywhere she goes. And you know what was funny? Which I still haven't watched on my channel, John Cook's deposition. I need to do that. But in his deposition, I laughed and laughed when Randy kept bringing up, well, who's so-and-so? And he's all, oh, you mean Crazy Connie? Yeah, she hates me. Oh, you
Yeah.
mean so-and-so? Oh, yeah, they hate me. Oh, I
Mhm.
got into well, she called CPS. We kicked her off the property. All these different people. Like, is there anyone who they don't have like a restraining order against or doesn't have one against them? These are people who don't get along with anybody.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about random people. They're either, and again, maybe they are crackheads, but they're always called crackheads, or they're called abusers or monsters. Lloyd was not only this is a man who gave thousands of dollars to them. Was openly, we saw the communications there. What is he called? He's called an abuser and a monster. Her own flesh and blood. Her own grandkid there. I mean,
I can't imagine my grandmother talking about me like that.
Dave.
You know, God bless grandmas for whom their grandchildren can't do anything wrong. You know, everybody needs a grandma like that. And I mean, even I had my grandma adopted one of her nephews, I think it was, who was a troubled kid. And even, you know, he got into trouble with the cops when he was a teenager, and she'd let him hide in the basement. And I mean, you couldn't do anything that woman wouldn't excuse, really. I mean, and whether that's good or bad for kids, everybody needs a grandma who loves them and says, not my grandson. He'd never do that. And it's just who stands up for you all the time. You know, like moms and dads are there to, you know, to do what they need to do to keep you on the straight and narrow. But grandparents, they're supposed to be the soft place to land, you know?
Could you imagine not just saying terrible things, but saying them to the police and to the public and to anyone that will listen?
Awful.
Yeah, I mean, I can't
Absolutely
imagine that.
awful.
You know, I think about my grandparents, and I love them so much. I miss them. You know,
I miss mine
I
too.
miss them so much when I think about them because they were so great. But my mom's parents, they were Church of Christ. You know, very very strict. You know, and for me. I'm not that. I would be kind of people call a black sheep of the family. I could have been that, and they love me regardless. Always. I can't imagine. They may have disagreed with some stuff in my life. Hell, I can't say like I've said, I've talked about things in the past. Struggles in life. We all have them, but who never gave up on me? My family, my
You know,
grandparents.
that's the thing. It's like, even if you have a grandchild who is struggling with whatever it is they're struggling with, maybe the thing they need is just somebody to love them no matter what. And that's what grandparents are supposed to be and do. And it's sad. It's sad. It's really sad to see somebody's grandmother throw them to the wolves. That to me just feels so wrong. So wrong. I expect your mom or your dad to do something like that if you're in trouble, and they'll just call you out on your crap, But grandparents,
Could you imagine?
Just makes me sad.
Could you imagine like your mom or your grandparents going on social media
No.
talking shit about you?
No, never. Well,
Listen,
maybe my dad did go on my channel and roast me, though. He did do that.
That's different. I mean, my mom, my mom would be funny. Like, I would kind of like to have her on, although I would be on, oh God, I can't even imagine having her on the channel. I'd be on so much of my best behavior, and she'd probably tell embarrassing stories. That'd be
My
pretty
dad
horrible.
told my entire chat that I majored in sun tanning in college, and that he would have had more fun throwing $10,000 out the window.
I heard this conspiracy, by the way, that a lot of stuff had been doxed about myself. So there's been information like mental health. I've talked about working in that, and I heard this conspiracy about how like none of that was true. No education, no nothing. It's like, are you kidding? I have all these freaking diplomas.
What are all these then?
Yeah.
So
What
funny.
what is that
Like,
stuff?
why did they give me these?
Yeah. I must be really
Chuck's
good at
got like
faking it.
three or four of them. Like, there's a
3. Yeah, I
lot.
went with
I don't know.
associates. I again, being poor, you go for that 2-year degree and then spend it to a 4-year master's. And I spent 3 out of my 4 years with PhD, but I didn't finish because my dad or my stepfather, he died. So, I mean, that's quite a bit of time. You're talking about almost a decade of freaking my life spent in
That's a
that.
lot of school.
Yeah. Anyway, let me read this last sentence. I'm getting off
Mhm.
subject right here. Okay. So they immediately called me a C and an abuser after taking more of my money. So more of my money. And then a little behind the scenes campaign to harm case with others, all unacceptable. If you continue to ignore my request for the return of the $311, then I must contact GoFundMe for the return. I'm trying to avoid that by going to you first, but you are ignoring my attempts. Huh. I mean, she's letting him know too, and she puts that in there. Like I said, she added that. Then you have B. I like the fact that these are,
And
given
by the way, for those of you who keep saying, I don't trust Shara as far as I can throw her, I trust people until they give me a reason not to. So far, everything Shara has told me, she's been able to back up.
Dude, you know what? I went into this again. I'm not a trusting person whatsoever, and I agree with people. You give your trust carefully, and you don't have to be blind trusting, but you can see, like, you see these exchanges and everything else. When Shara explained her position and her point of view, and what we've seen, it's all matched up. So, you can hate you can hate what she said in the past. I mean, again, she said, "Hey, I was wrong. I'm sorry." And again, if that's not enough for you, that's okay. You can feel like that. But I would say you can see that she had a real problem, and that real problem was the things that she heard in that 911 thing, and it seemed to have caught
And
her
I
off
think
guard.
she was trying not to air it out in public. She was trying to have these conversations in private to try and rectify what she saw as going wrong. And then they just left her with no choice but to take it public because they continue to tell these to, plot to take down Jeremy's channel over what she's saying she has proof. What he's saying is true. So, anybody with a conscience, having that inside knowledge, having the background of what's actually happening, isn't going to be able to stay quiet forever.
This statement right here is wild. What she's asking here, like, this is an easy one to miss when you're focusing on everything so much. But you listen to what she's saying here and asking. What I don't understand is how you, Bruce, are controlling all the YouTubers covering this case. When you and the YouTubers are doing
Your YouTubers, when you and your YouTubers.
Your YouTubers. So they're, and there's been active recruitment. We've seen it. We've seen the attempts. So
Yeah, this is interesting. She's basically saying, I think she might have used the wrong word in the first sentence. I think what she meant to say is, what I don't understand is how maybe Jeremy are controlling the YouTubers covering this case when you and your YouTubers are doing the same to them. Do you see that? There must be some, she missed a word or something.
I don't know, because maybe say how you're saying, but still, she's like, you're controlling YouTubers. You are.
Yeah, you are. Well, she's definitely saying that he has his own
Yes.
YouTubers, but doing the same to them. It does not make sense for your cause. I agree with that. I've been saying that forever. Like, how are you building a case against our reporting by doing exactly the same kind of, or not the same kind, because they lie like crazy over there, but they're doing the same thing by making content to destroy Jeremy Hales.
And look at this.
Our content is out to destroy a person, but they're literally admitting they're out there to destroy Jeremy Hales.
And look at the reply, because she's like, how does that help your case apart from making you famous? I mean, that's blunt, straight up, you know, and he answers that at the bottom of this, actually. So he says, you know, I'm not responsible for your $311, and it's ridiculous for you to involve me in that. You know, so as her lawyer, you know, it's ridiculous for her to be like, hey, I don't want to have to go and contact GoFundMe and to say that this stuff is fraud. As her legal representative, I want to keep this behind the scenes. She's not trying to destroy her. You can tell this is not malicious there. She's hitting him up, and he's like, as her lawyer, like, I'm not responsible, and it's ridiculous for you to try to involve me in that. Really? Because that's usually what someone would do, you know, contacting the representative. I don't know why you can't understand my role, my obligations, my constraints. I am a lawyer, and I have a client whose interests in court I am protecting and pursuing.
I don't know about that.
This part, though, is that last sentence an answer to, you know, how is this helping your case? Well, because I'm quote unquote protecting and pursuing my client's interest, you know, by taking quote unquote his YouTubers doing this.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's protecting his own interests. That's what I think, because I don't think any of this is good for his client. That's just my opinion.
So then there's I'm not saying you're responsible. I'm respectfully trying to avoid contacting GoFundMe for return. So again, I think that's it makes sense. It's very reasonable, very much reasonable. Then you have this. It's a little covered here because of the bar, but you can see, do you know about a 911 call from Mary DeGroot and the Grangers? So they're pumping her for information. You know, because she's noted for the 2 L's.
And that she said in her post she felt used, manipulated, and used, and that they were constantly doing this sort of thing, at pumping her for information to harm people. And you've seen already several instances of her saying, I don't want to harm anyone. You're harming people. That's not what I do. I'm not into this. I'm not into that. You know, like this has been going on for a long time.
Dude, again, I had back and forth with Shara. You know, I made fun of all kinds of stuff because, you know, that's what you can do. She called, again, group cash train. She took her shots. Fine. Fair play. That's how it works. That's how this rolls. You know, you have thick skin and have fun with it. You know, back and forth. That's okay. That's not trying to ruin my channel. That's not fucking up my life. In fact, I used that as a way to make money. I was like, hey, get on the group cash train. By the way, just speaking, you know, totally at random, not segueing off of that. If you like this content, make sure that you like, share, and if you'd like to go further, because again, independent journalism apparently, yeah, since I guess we haven't joined into an ecosystem or anything, I guess we truly are independent.
Yeah, we're not in an ecosystem. This is a very anti-ecosystem here. We are independent journalists, independent YouTubers. We do our own thing. We collaborate when we want to, but we are not in an ecosystem here.
Dude, I'm
not
fucking
at all.
off with my friend. Like, again, Megan's become a friend of mine, and I goof off on the stream. Also, these cases are amazing, and when you put people that are very determined to find stuff, and there's so much in this, like, we get sent a lot of stuff. I'm gonna say more stuff than one person can ever go through. I know. And thank you all, by the way. Like, people dig up stuff all the time. I wouldn't have known about the I've been hacked or any of that stuff without specific people. And I'm not going to name, you know, some people. If you do want to be named when it comes up, props to you. 100% I will. But some people don't want to be involved. And the reason they don't want to be is because statements like this, you know, talking about being vindictive. So you have another, this is from August 21st. You know, the other, what was it?
Oh, yeah, I was still looking for that. I got to keep looking for the letter because I do want to know when that was.
That was from September the 19th. All right. So that other. So we have, you know, again, here's proof. Like I said, the denial. Yeah. If you run across that, If not, I'm gonna have to
August. You said this one was August 21st.
21st. Yeah.
I bet it was right around the same time. Here it is. I got it. August 22nd.
That's awesome. And
So on August
hey,
21st,
can you
I
pull
gotta
that
pull
up
that up.
on the-
Yep. Hold on.
pull that up so we can add it into the
get this out of my email.
make sure it's redacted.
It's just got legal supports info on here.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't
and
matter.
well, yeah, I have to. Yeah, Bruce's stuff is on here. So hold on. Let me open this and redact. But yes, it was on the very next day after he wrote this message.
So it's the 22nd, you said, right?
The 22nd.
So on the 21st, I mean, really conceptualize this, folks. All right. So on the 21st, behind the scenes, you have Bruce saying, I want to encourage people, plural, not me contacting YouTube legal. No, I want to encourage people, plural, to report Veteran Nation's video. And on top of that, and get the channel shut down. So, number one, they're going after the video. Veteran Nation, I hope that if Vet Nation hasn't seen this yet, I hope Veteran Nation does. Actually, Veteran Nation will. I'll send it to them to make sure they do. Because this shows them and anyone else what happens when you've had that person on. He went out in good faith. He let Bruce come on, talk to him about an issue. And what did he do with that? Snaky behind the scenes, something we would have never seen because they would have never admitted to it. In fact, they tried to deny it repeatedly. They were trying to report the video that he was on and also get the channel shut down.
So you have him telling Shara that he wants to encourage people to report Veterans Nation to get the channel shut down by YouTube on the 21st. Then on the 22nd, he sends this email. I just blacked out his header that had his personal information on it, but it is Bruce's. This is his letter. On the 22nd, to YouTube legal support, live false CPS report by Veteran Nation. And this is his letter where we've already read this a couple of times, but we don't want to read the whole thing probably. But this is
I want to read it.
You do? You want to read the whole thing?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Because I think, here's the thing. And people asked about this. Like when I would do a short form video, like say a 10-minute video, right? Double back. We can't assume that everybody that's noticing this right now, we have almost 2,700 people here. Okay, that's a lot of people. And some of these people are coming to this subject after the fact. Not only that, but they've been pumped with, I'm not even going to call it misinformation. I'm going to call it disinformation. They are being fed disinformation about what the fuck has been going on. There are multiple denials about them going after channels and more. And yet you can see the letter right here. Here, I'll read it if you're good with that. Okay. Dear YouTube legal support, in the linked video, the host, again, we're talking about Veteran Nation. So Mike Arthur of Veteran Nation, after rebroadcasting video footage from What the Hales of my client, Michelle Preston's property, called in a CPS or Child Protective Services report on Miss Preston while streaming live. I was on hold as he spoke at length with CPS. Mr. Arthur then started, give me a second, I'm going to roll it that way so I can see I had our icons in the way a little bit. Mr. Arthur then started a change.org live on the stream and got hundreds of viewers to instantly sign. Its goal was to have my client's child removed from her mother. As a result of this live stream, Miss Preston was visited by CPS the following day. It was the 24th such visit by CPS as a result of reports called in by What the Hales viewers over the last year. And now YouTube host Michael Arthur, Veteran Nation. Mr. Arthur was aware of the 23 prior CPS visits and resulted in no findings of neglect. Instead of deferring to the 23 determinations by CPS professionals, Mr. Arthur attributed the CPS failure to take my client's child from her to quote unquote corruption. YouTube, and in particular, those who read emails and letters received at this email address. And again, stressing this point to everyone, this is not a copyright claim or a strike hit. This is somebody, a lawyer here, going to YouTube legal, and we heard reports that people were getting written at their addresses. You know, they were essentially
Yeah,
they were being tracked down.
he stalked 2 or 3 Google lawyers who had to tell him. He was calling and emailing them at their private numbers. They had to tell him to stop. They said they stop harassing us.
I mean, that's wild. That's fascinating too, because they felt that was over the line, and yet all of the stuff that was attempted in that has been going on not only behind the scenes, but it's been platformed too.
Mm-hmm.
So it was over the line. They didn't like it when it happened to them, but legal, again, at support YouTube, are and have long been aware of the content being streamed by What the Hell's targeting Miss Preston. Again, that sentence, the ecosystem that was being talked about. This is why I wanted to read this part, because it's not just about what we're going to show you again with Veteran Nation that's up on there, but again, building that ecosystem. Legal has long been aware. That means they have been doing this for some time. The ecosystem, Mr. Arthur's live CPS stunt and resultant disruption of my client's life should demonstrate to you how this what the hell's fake reality bad neighbor storyline using my client's life has gone too far. It is time for YouTube to take action. It should shut down Mr. Arthur's Veteran Nation channel. As always, I'm available anytime for a call from YouTube legal representatives. Very truly, Brucey.
All the best.
All the best. All the best. All the very best. I love that. Yes, that. So when you see that, and then again, the day before, like I said, I want to encourage people. So this was and
then he did it.
Yeah. Well, he went after legal, but encouraging others behind the scenes. You're talking about what others have been brought up in messages. Well, there's YouTube channels. They're talking to hundreds of people. And they've been talking about taking down channels. So, I mean, I think that's pretty much being made clear what they're doing. And then we have some others there. I spoke to her earlier. Michelle says she's totally trustworthy. Her text to me, anything to help taking Hales out. Anything to help taking Hales out. This is from June. So going on.
And is a lawyer repeating this to a journalist about his client? Doesn't that break her privilege? Is he allowed to tell a third party what his client said on a conversation he had with her? I don't think he is.
You would think many things that have gone on there. I have, in fact, Miss Preston, whom I'm sure people talk to you about this stuff, and if not, I hope somebody will highlight this. I get the feeling that you don't know what lawyers are supposed to do. The lawyers are supposed to protect your best interests. Now, when you look at this stuff here, is this protecting your best interest? Because it doesn't look like it. And
if Lynette, by the way, had told Shara this, she would be allowed to say that because she can break her privilege when she wants to. But a lawyer cannot go to a third party and tell that third party anything his client said.
Yep.
That breaks privilege.
Yes, they have a contract, or that's what we were told with Veteran Nation. Maybe that's part of taking down the Veteran Nation thing. Is that part of it, Bruce? Maybe you said a little too much about the contract, about you having a signed piece of paper, so you actually are the representative of that person. I would be very curious, by the way, of when those discussions happened. Like, how far back did all of that stuff start? Because
This is crazy. This is the second time I'm looking at this, and now I'm seeing other things. This is nuts. I spoke to her earlier. Michelle says she's totally trustworthy. Her text to me, anything to help taking Hales out.
Well, you notice this other statement by Shara behind the scenes. She says, I'm not interested in quote unquote taking him out. So she's saying, I'm not interested in taking out Jeremy Hales. I'm just interested in justice for what she called his targets. And his answer with that is, I know, I'm just showing you she's on our side.
Yeah, but this is crazy because Shara just said, I'm not on that side.
But there's
it's so weird of him to say, I know, but I'm just showing you that she's on our side. And Shara just said, but wait, I'm not interested in taking him out. I don't want to do that. She was covering what she thought was a story of injustice. She must have bought into the poor disabled thing for a little while until she saw the truth. She still differs on some of the town hall stuff. Obviously, she has her own take on what's going on there. I still have never looked into any of that because I don't have the time. And but she's being an independent journalist here. She's saying, I'm not going to take anybody down. What are you talking about? I was just interested in getting what I saw was that these people deserve some justice, and I wanted to help them get it.
There's also this statement at the very bottom. It's a little covered up right here, but it says, obviously, Michelle calls her closest friend. This part right here is telling, next to you. So we were talking about somebody that might just know what's going on. Remember, they've tried to minimize her. They've gone on with YouTube channels saying that she had no connection. You know, basically she was some outsider that had forced her way in. They've said all kinds of terrible things about Shara. Like, again, she's not connected, not only to us. She's never been part of what we're doing, but she was just some outsider forcing her way in. Again, I'm paraphrasing that. Now you have, again, Bruce, who seems to be very comfortable quoting her. Again, anything to help taking out the Hales. We're taking the Hales out. Also saying that next to this person, Michelle considers you to be her closest friend.
You know what else is I don't understand about this? I wonder who the her is. Is it Jamie? Jamie Johnson? We need to verify. I'm going to try and verify this, who the her is. It could be several people. Could be Jamie Johnson. Could be, I don't know. Could be other people. But here's what's great about this. I mean, to me, this is a smoking gun. If Bruce is saying that he's repeating to Shara anything to help taking Hales out, to show her that this person who said that is on our side, as in Bruce's side and Lynette's side, and their side is to anything to take Hales out. This is incredible.
It is. I mean, this is the stuff that you don't say. you don't. I mean, oh my God. You knew it existed there, but I'm stunned to see it.
What does taking him out mean? It has a couple of different connotations, by the way. I mean, I'm from Chicago, where I'm from. When someone says they're going to take you out, it doesn't mean to dinner.
Maybe that's what they meant. They're going to wine and dine him and take him out for some, sleeping with the fishes.
Yeah. You're going to get a wrapped fish on your porch when someone says they're going to take you out. That's what that means in Chicago, to speak. I don't know where they're from, but anything to help taking Hales out. To me, that is an incredible statement, and it needs a lot of context, because that sounds like a very big threat.
A spin, but what's fascinating about this, again, I'm looking at this again. They're going to try to minimize and say that,
of course they are.
Nothing. Yeah, we're talking about people that are in a courtroom. This is Michelle Preston's, her lawyer, her voice, somebody that is apparently going a long ways in what's going on. They are definitely.
Look at Jessica's comment. Take him to the train. Have you seen Yellowstone?
Oh, yeah.
We're taking him to the train station.
Yep.
That's what it sounds like. It is. It's what it sounds like. That sounds like a dangerous statement
Or
to
like
me.
Breaking Bad, y'all
Yeah.
gonna go take them to Belize,
Yeah. Right.
give them a round trip to Belize. Oh wait,
Yeah.
that's a one-way ticket. My bad. And then, on top of this, with that statement, you had, we need to expose him. He needs to go under.
Ooh, like 6 feet under? I
I
don't know.
mean, and this, look who's speaking.
Under what? He
Look who's
needs to go
speaking here.
under what?
I want to make this
Michelle?
clear. Yes. So when we're putting this up, just making it very clear to folks, like this isn't Bruce saying this. This is Michelle Preston herself.
Senior.
Yep.
Michelle, not junior, but senior.
That's crazy. We need to expose him. He needs to go under. I want to see him off YouTube permanently. Oh man, so they're going after his business. They're trying to shut it down. You mean they're tortiously interfering with a business?
Don't like these. I don't like these words. Go under, take him out permanently. I don't like any of those words at all.
Especially considering some of the things that we've seen happen, with the pew pew and other things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, frankly, and I'm not even being funny right now. We were being funny, but I get the heebie-jeebies with these words.
I worry about Jeremy Hill's safety for real. Like, no joke. I've said that before. You've said it before. And I think a lot of other people have too. And that's a legit concern. I mean, how much needs to be said? Again, apparently Jeremy Hales is worried about his safety.
Do you remember the jail friends that put a tracker on his truck?
Oh my God.
Who were going to do some work? And back then I even asked, some wet work? What kind of work are we talking about here? When they were going to go find Hale's headquarters. Well, hold on. We got some jailbirds using GPS trackers on Jeremy's truck for what? To find headquarters and do some work. What? I don't like the way any of this sounds. And no, they just keep adding up.
Yeah, that was the very bad statement too. The one
and that's in the federal lawsuit.
Yes, that was his quoting that. Just a note. I'm not going to. Actually, maybe I will pull this up on the screen.
We can just pull it up. Let's pull it up.
Give me 1 second.
We have it.
Yeah, I've got it right here, actually, in front of me. I pulled it up.
But do you remember when we were reading it the first time? I was like, work, kind of work, wet work. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, the first time I heard this stuff, I was like, what the what now? Give me 1 second.
That sounds like a violent threat to me. You know what it sounded like to me? It sounded like either they were going to do something to him or something to his property, whether that be theft or breaking into Hale's headquarters. That's what it sounded. Why else would you hire an ex-con? Somebody from jail.
There is no good explanation to what they say here beyond the weird wording. Let's say, the wording. People be like, "Holy God!" The context. Here it is. So check this out. Post. John has the perfect plan to take down his YouTube, let's say, bundle of sticks, man, and
cigarettes.
Yes, and a sand. I'm not even going with that word.
Oh
there.
Lord.
Yeah. That blows my mind that somebody posts that. And this
oh Lord Jesus. I know. God. This is like, oh Lord, be offense. This is terrible. And you know me, I like all the bad words. That's just one that I don't like at all.
Not just that. Okay, so after this, actually, I want to pull up a statement Brucey had made, and let me finish this one, and then I want to show like how hypocritical something like this is. It's too good. We have a friend getting out of jail, and he is going to do work for us. Plus, he and a jail friend put a tracker in his truck and trailer, like the exact kind the FBI uses. And once we find Hale's headquarters, John and his jail friend are going to go there when YouTube is in Florida. Jeremy almost ran over our sweet little baby, and John chased him down. He was ready to beat Jeremy up, but bitch boy and his slave called 911. And we had to put a restraining order on him. That sounds
John and his
very
jail friend are going to go there when the YouTuber's in Florida.
well.
So planning on going to the Ohio headquarters while he's
Yeah.
in Florida? Okay. Okay.
And again, using
For what?
well, you know, for what indeed when you're saying, oh, well, look, he did this to our sweet little baby. So they're using the kid as an excuse for, yeah, you know how that can go over. And I mean, there's so many other statements too. You know, when you're looking at that, saying again, look at some of this stuff. Just he's a cult leader. Tells them that God is telling him that it's time to kill and bring death to the evil messenger that is the bad neighbor, me. What the fuck now? But what's really hypocritical here, you know? So give me 1 second. On top of that, you know, I talked about the hacking thing, you know, and then I was pointing out that Bruce is actually using his Facebook account. So let me pull this up here. Now, what's fascinating is he's talking about representing people for free if they're charged with assault and battery or they get sued over somebody. And again, you know, there was somebody that said, your body, my choice, which is jacked up. That is absolutely jacked up. Encouraging people to for assault, and that's pretty messed up. Saying, oh, you know, I'll get you out of jail if you did that. Hey, no problem. But on top of that, calling out someone's terrible statements, saying this right here is too far. And yet the thing that I just read there, that's not, in fact, that's not only not too far, but again, you got to build up a YouTube ecosystem to try to destroy the person. Like,
By the way,
fucking wild.
I mean, I've never heard of that, by the way, that your body, my choice thing.
Yeah,
Is that a thing?
some
Is that
person
a thing?
came out. Yeah,
Is that like
it
a
was,
trolling? Is that trolling? Is someone
somebody
just trolling?
somebody said that in a video with all the political shit going on. You know, not getting into
Oh.
political shit, but somebody
Yeah,
said
yeah,
that.
okay.
And it has gotten blowback everywhere because
Well,
people are
sure.
like, you know.
But was it supposed to be a joke? Because it sounds like 4chan
I've not listened
trolling.
to the whole thing in context. It looked like somebody just, you know, trying to be an asshole.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
and
Trolling.
well, there's also nowadays people, you know, they content farm with stuff like that because that'll get shared every single where, and
Sure.
you know, the original thing will get shared, and it builds up people fast. You know, when places like Twitter, they're paying out, you know, for again just
content
clicks.
farming.
Yeah,
yeah.
they're content.
Yeah.
farming
This
hardcore.
is something that loudmouths do to get attention. That's all. That's not anything anyone actually believes.
Well, maybe if somebody does believe that, that's gross.
That is gross.
I'm willing to be on record and say that's fucked up. You know, absolutely. That is that. It's fascinating though to see somebody, you know, saying, and hopefully everybody feels like this. That is a person essentially, you know, if they believed your body, my choice, that is being pro ARP. And that is
but
awful.
also if it's just someone saying words, the proper response to that is not to kick anyone and aggressively assault them, because words, unless they're actual fighting words, which are defined in the law, you don't have the right to assault someone physically. And he's saying, go ahead and assault somebody for saying these words that you don't like, and I'll defend you for free. I think that's so bizarre. This is my thing about words don't hurt people. This is what we grew up on, was sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me, which is true. Like this, some idiot saying something that you don't agree with. The answer is more speech. It is not to punch someone in the face or the balls or whatever. You're just
he believes,
to argue.
He believes that if somebody says something horrible and offensive towards you, that you would have a visceral reaction, right? So let me just put out like an idea here, okay? Just follow me with this idea. Let's say hypothetically someone put out a bunch of signs about you that said that you were an artist. You know,
that would be fighting words. I would say that would be closer to fighting words.
Yeah, or to say, I don't know. Let me just hypothetically say, if they said something like this, I believe I heard from a very reliable source that the reason that Jeremy and George went to Egypt was to recruit some of George's family to bring them to Otter Creek because they want to make the ark into a radical Muslim mosque, making
Jesus.
George's happy to have her family here. So they can always scream racist people are bothering them.
You know, I've been wanting to address this since I read it the first time. George and her family are Coptic Christians. I don't know if you know what a Coptic Christian is, but they're from Egypt. It's one of the largest religions in Egypt. It is one of the original Christian religions in Egypt, Coptic Christians. They are not Muslims. So, like, this is just bigoted, nasty stuff, man.
Even if
But
they
you're
are,
right.
man, hey, come on.
Yeah, who
babe,
cares?
You know?
But, like, still,
I
it's
mean,
just so wrong.
yeah,
It's just not accurate, and it's annoying.
it's disinformation.
It is disinformation.
It is.
It's also
pointing.
annoying that when people believe that all people from the Middle East are of one religion. There's many religions in the Middle East, including Christians and Jews and Muslims and Buddhists and atheists, just like in America.
I'm just like, man, you know what? I don't give a shit what you believe in. You know, if you want to go out and you find some peace in life and loving someone or believing someone, man, I'm there with you, baby. You know, as long as you are peacefully going out and coexisting with other people, making life better, hell yeah. Most of us are like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're hearing somebody tell you that these horrible, again, your body, my choice. Like if they made a statement like that, you're going to have a reaction to it. And oh man, they'll get you out of that. But like this kind of stuff, again, these are the same people that told me over and over again, if somebody were to post signs about you that called you an arpist, you wouldn't have a reaction to that. That wouldn't be too far. I mean, are you fucking kidding me, Bruce? Come on, dude.
Yeah. And by the way, you know, as far as like actually doing violence to someone based on the words they say, in order to be protected by law on that, you would have to go to court and prove that they intended to incite an immediate breach of peace. It's real difficult in America. This is so, I mean, just it's crazy. His understanding of the law to me is not good. And he loves to say that none of us know what we're talking about, but he's the one whose motions are getting denied left and right. He's the one who, you know, is on the wrong side of all of this, it seems, because we keep getting it right and he keeps getting it wrong. And we'll see how this goes. We'll see how his text and his little plot for his little ecosystem, his anti-Jeremy Hales ecosystem is going to work out for him in court. I'm going on the record right now to say that I don't think it's going to go well for him. But I guess we'll wait and see what happens.
Himself part of, you know, again.
I think he became a witness. I think he just became a witness in his own case.
Yeah. Can I get a witness, baby?
Can I get a witness? Not today, Satan. This guy is going to he's already made a mess of this, and it's just going to get worse.
Like I said, every day I get up and there's some new and exciting, crazy, dumb shit that's happened. I know you know what this happened. I have a firm belief anytime that I make plans that something else.
I was just gonna say.
Happens. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, we were talking earlier, and I was like, "Damn it, Tug! Why does this shit always happen on Saturday? I don't stream on Saturdays." Like Mr. Fox has been gone for like the whole week, and he just got home when I walked in the door, and I was like, "Hi, I love you. I miss you. I have to go stream for an hour. I'll be right back."
Yeah, well, that's what, you know. I mean, here everybody with the seasonal change, you know, I sound a little off today. I'm actually, this stuff before I'd slept part of the day. I've been like, oh my God, there's no way I'm live streaming. And then this stuff pops up. I'm like, oh yeah, got to, very much so. You know, very much so. Because this is an absolute.
But it always kills me. You can plan. You can bet on this. You can take it to the bank that when I announce a planned vacation, the shit is going to hit the fan the day I leave. It has happened every single time I've taken a vacation. It's been the biggest news day of any story I'm covering. It happens every time. It happened on the Maya Kowalski verdict came in when I could not be there. And I was taking my daughter for her driver's test. And I was like, well, I'm sure we'll still be waiting. Nope. I was driving in the middle of nowhere with no signal when the verdict came in on that day. Then we were in Disney World when some huge news broke about the Tonsil Twins case. I mean, I swear, every single time. I cannot ever go on vacation again. And I can't even have a weekend. Look, it's Saturday. News hits the ceiling.
Yeah, and monster. And like I said, props to Shara. Props to Shara for actually having the stones to follow through. People have
You know what I'm
claimed over
starting
and
to
over
think?
again.
I'm starting to think that maybe, you know how people have been criticizing her for not really saying anything and talking in circles, and we were criticizing her for that.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
We did. We gave her a lot of crap for it. Like, Shara, you're not really reporting anything. You say you have a story, but print the story. You're not printing anything. Well, now it makes sense. It made sense. It makes sense to me. She was trying not to say what she knew because she was conflicted, right? So she was still like trying to defend what she was doing, but at the same time being conflicted behind the scenes. Yeah, it's just tough. Now, all of a sudden, when she's decided I can't be quiet anymore, she's dropping it like it's hot, folks.
Well, and they've called her out repeatedly. They didn't just call her out that one time. She's made 2 statements where things have gotten nasty. She talked about her concerns, again, the melatonin thing, which is addressed. You see her trying to address this with Bruce too. But she talked about that, and again, offing animals. Like, you could see why you might want to say that publicly, because both of those things are extreme. And maybe you could stop somebody if they have a plan behind everything to somebody's animals or to do harm. That might, calling them out like that might be the nudge that stops them. So I could understand that. But that, and her saying again, she said, what you're doing to Slug, that's too far. Why are you doing this to him? This is not how PR is supposed to be. Because of that, they called her out. They were like, basically, again, I'm paraphrasing, but they're like, you want some? You don't want none of this. And they didn't leave it at that. They said they weren't going to talk any more shit about her, but they did. They've tried to ruin her, just like they try to ruin every single person that comes out. Why would you do that, by the way? Maybe that's because of, I don't know, maybe it notes at the top, it says, it says, and 2 Lees. So you have Bruce talking. He's saying, and 2 Lees, we're building the anti-what-the-hales media ecosystem.
Oh, geez, I missed that part. Oh, boy. That just
threw
tied
them into the fray.
What did you call them earlier today? It was hysterical. I laughed so hard. The Blunder Twins. I want to go with
powers activate.
I want to go with Blunder Twins from now on. The Blunder Twins just got roped into the conspiracy here by Bruce.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff. Again, this adds you. This puts you in the hot seat. You've been out here again. They admitted. At first they denied it, but then later on, one of them went out and admitted that they went after a business relationship. You remember when they brought all of that up? They were talking about one of the sponsors for Journey, and they pulled up that letter.
They went after Olight.
Yeah, and they said at first that they didn't do that. Then one of them was like, "Oh, absolutely, I did that." Huh? I did that. Well, it was because of concerns. It wasn't because, we're after him or what the heck. Well, according to Bruce, it is because of it. It is because they're building an anti-what-the-hales media ecosystem.
It's interesting. Again, with all the accusations that have been flying our direction about conspiracies and, all this nonsense, where are the leaked emails and coordinating plans between DUI guy and Jeremy Hales and me? And they're nowhere. There's no, because they don't exist, because it didn't happen. And it just kills me that, like, here we are. It's like boom, boom, boom. We keep getting more of this evidence that they're doing the exact same thing they've been accusing everybody else of doing. I don't know how they face themselves in the mirror every day. I really don't. I don't know how you get up and you get on a stream and you continue this lie when the only evidence of anybody conspiring is you.
Here's the proof. Let's see. You better.
This is even creepier than this is even creepier than like magazine cutout letters.
Oh, let me. Nope, you better.
Nope,
Don't like that one. Too
don't
lazy
like
to
that.
fix it.
Too la-
Check. Say, my God. Yeah, it's like a ransom note.
It's like
Check. Yo, self. There we go. There it is, man. Look. Oh, no, it's been leaked. Oh, my God. Conspiracy.
There it is. It's a conspiracy.
Oh, no. Yeah, not only that, man. Look, it's so threatening. Oh, my God. Let's make it even scarier.
We have to make it scarier.
Yeah. Oh, da da da. Oh, man, it's so dumb. Yeah. I mean, these people.
Oh my God. Like they have literal text messages between them, ginning up a conspiracy. I'm sorry, I can't stop laughing.
Oh my God. These
We're
people,
building
man.
the what the Hales media ecosystem.
You know that meme where the little squirrel turns around. He's like, ding. You know that one. That's what I'm imagining.
I've got another good button for this one.
Because you are a corrupt person. You're the most corrupt.
Oh no. Let's play this 911 call, by the way.
Okay.
This is again, she's noting her concerns here. And some people, I don't know if everybody heard this. A lot of people probably have, but just in case. Again, it's 4 minutes. Oh, by the way, here, give me 1 second. Let me make sure that I want to do something here. Okay. Just to make sure that this is noted. And if not, if you would help me out with this, I would definitely appreciate it. You see, this is Shara's YouTube. Now, Shara's YouTube, they've told her over and over again. You see them in the comments. These people that were directed there, they were like, you'll never, ever hit 1,000 subscribers. What are you doing? Nobody, essentially, you can say whatever you want to say because nobody's ever going to listen to what you have to say. Your proof doesn't matter. So that is her YouTube. I would say, what's that? Oh, yeah, go and subscribe. You know, one thing I've never had, I brought up Shara's, her blog that she's noted. I brought up her YouTube channel. I brought up, messages with that. I've never been threatened to have any of my stuff stricken by her. I've never had anything like that.
That's
aimed
right.
my way.
She wouldn't do that. I've gotten to know her a little bit, and Shara's a decent person, and she has a good heart, and she wants to help people. That's all she really wanted to do, was help. And she now sees that Jeremy's the one who needs the help. And it's because of the immense amount of information that she has gathered over this being in this story.
Yeah, somebody will link that for me. Actually, give me 1 second. I'm going to link it before we start that. I'm going to link this video itself. Okay,
yeah, and by the way, you do want to be subscribed to Shara's channel because I guarantee you she's going to have more stuff coming.
Oh, she's dropping it like it's hot. And you know what? She needs to do. I'm glad she did this because I'm sure, again, I don't know what's been said to threaten and other things, but I am sure. I'm going to pin her at the top of the. Let me make sure this opens correctly. Yep. So that linked the video itself that I'm going to play. You watch this stuff on your own. You make up your own minds. But when you look at that, it's got everything that we've shown there. So this is Shara showcasing all of this. She has drawn that line in the sand. They've threatened her over and over again. And I very much believe that she is being threatened. I mean, I've seen the I've seen it aimed at us.
Yeah, it's been aimed at us. We've been threatened. Why wouldn't they threaten her? Why wouldn't Bruce go after her? I'm certain that he has, and I'm certain that will come out as well. So because he's a dumbass and he does these things in writing. So
at the top of that, like I said, if you would please go and subscribe to that channel, because she was told again that she would never be able to build up. She is right now up to 528. So she automatically got almost 200 people. Again, all we need is around a little less than 500 more of you to just go over there and click that button, because I want to do that. I definitely want to do that, because they hate her that much. They want her silent. They thought that she would be relegated to nothing, and she's been dropping a lot of stuff. And you know, one of the things, she dropped a couple of videos, and they were saying, well, that stuff had already been out there. Okay, it can be. She found this as Freedom of Information Act, like some of the other. 1 second, I got a cough. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you for not using my eardrums.
Yeah, well, you know, that hit me wrong. I was like, oh God, help me. And I could have punished your eardrums, but no. But she went out, made a lot of Freedom of Information Act requests. She got this stuff and she put it out unredacted. So let's hear what she put on this.
Amy County Sheriff's Office recorded line. How can I help you?
This is from that Preston in Otter Creek. I'm going to need to speak with a deputy. It's not directly related to Hales, but we had a survey done when we first bought our property, and the Hudsons who live behind us or are connected to us, they've taken out our posts now twice, our survey stakes, and this time they filled them full of shit and put a sign up saying that if we go on their property, they're going to prosecute us. Well, they're on our property.
What's your address?
Otter Creek. No.
What's the callback number for you, please?
Those are redactions, by the way, if there's silence in there, folks.
Okay. And you said that they did what with your survey stakes?
They pulled up the survey stakes. We put them there twice. We even had we put a string out there months ago and stringed off our whole property so we could get our fence up. And they ended up pulling up the strings, pulling up the stakes. So we staked it again. And now the stakes are gone and the hole out there is filled with poop. With a sign now that says, if we go on their land, they will.
Wait, I'm having trouble following. There's a lot of poop being talked about. I don't understand.
Yeah, well, the whole point in this is the statement about the kid. That's what's going to be.
I know.
So
I know.
But you know,
they're talking about flinging poop and what?
They pulled up some stakes and there's a whole lot of poopage going on.
In the what? Oh, does she mean actual poop?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. I mean, you know,
I don't understand this.
Subtitles aren't working, by the way. I'm going to roll back and see how it's said in that.
And now the stakes are gone, and the hole out there is filled with poop.
Yeah, so it says, and the stakes are gone, and the hole is out there filled with poop.
Okay, well, did someone accidentally poop in it, and the bucket wasn't available or something? Maybe someone had to go. I don't know.
I find this fascinating anyway, because we're told over and over again that the bad neighbor thing is just a storyline, right?
Yeah, that Jeremy made up, not that they.
And
this is the kind of stuff they talk about.
So anyway, let's see.
With a sign now that says, if we go on their land, they will prosecute. And they're actually trespassing on our land.
So what did they put the feces on?
In the hole where the stake was.
Okay.
No, where did the feces
stake up? It's full of shit.
Okay.
Hold on a second. I did.
I have to admit, I never actually listened to this part of it. I only listened to the.
When I heard this at first, because it's rolling toward the again, folks, it's rolling toward what Shara is saying. Oh my God.
Which is terrible and
she
not
made
funny
this
at all.
statement. No, but just the circumstances of this. She's saying again that Jeremy Hales has constructed this bad neighbor reality script. So he's the only one that has problems. Everyone else loves him, right? And yet you have people, she's saying, are literally pulling up stakes, putting out signs saying "Stay off my land," and her words, they're shitting in the holes. There's poop.
There's poop in the hole. The turd hole farm.
And up from the ground came a bubbling brood.
Wait, do it in Gollum voice.
Oh my God. Let's poop process. Let's poopage process. Gross.
Oh God.
They're pulling up the signs, precious. Oh Lord.
Officer, there's poop in the hole.
So we just want to know the best.
That sounds like a clue.
Poop
game,
in the hole. That sounds like fire in the hole.
It was the neighbors on the property line, and they with poop. It's like, wait, what happened?
What version of Clue in hell is this?
We need oh my God, somebody needs to make, how you can make virtual games now.
Yeah.
You can go on and somebody needs to make a virtual Clue game, Otter Creek.
Oh, Otter Creek Turtle Purgatory Clue.
It was Zim on a golf cart.
Zim on a golf cart.
Yeah. It was Otter Creek Elvis
with
a
the
blue bucket.
With the no, but what's the thing on YouTube across the street at the Tube Town? Don't they have like darts? It was Zim on a golf cart with darts.
I just like it. I think it'd be funny to, it was Zim on a golf cart with a blue bucket. He's swinging
with the blue
it when he
bucket.
goes by.
Well, what could the weapons would be? The blue bucket, a gun, obviously, a gun.
Yeah.
Or several. There could be like a revolver and also a Glock, and then we have what else?
Tortoise.
A tortoise.
We should have a tortoise milker, because that's what I thought when she was saying things were stolen. I thought she was saying that they had stolen a device that milks tortoises. And I was like, what the heck is that?
A rusty nail, snakes.
Yeah. Snakes. You can be like Thulsa Doom and freaking and Conan. Let me I gotta pull that picture.
Toddler gauntlet. There's the toddler gauntlet. Loose, sharp. Let's see, sharp power tools. They're just hanging around. Broken glass. Yes, it was Zim on the golf cart with broken glass. Salmonella.
God.
Yes, salmonella could be one. Turtle salmonella.
You remember in Conan where Thulsa, here it is. Give me this. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling this up here. So you remember when by the way, oh man, miss you, buddy. He died recently. It's so sad. Poor Thulsa. But look, like he took that snake and he turns it into an arrow.
Into an arrow. It's perfect. Oh, the old fridge would be a place. So you could say Zim in the old fridge with a rusty nail.
Oh my God, man.
That would be, and Turtle Ponds would be a place too. So you'd have the locations could be like Turtle Ponds, old fridge, garbage dump, Dead Dog Road. Oh my God, the possibilities are endless.
I'm telling you.
We got to do this.
$1 million. Yes, these are $1 million ideas.
We got to do this.
Oh my God. Somebody needs to go on again and just set that up.
The Hudson sisters could be one of the characters. The Hudson sisters, Zim on a golf cart. There's just so many.
See, if somebody would set that up, we could have a game of Clue. We could get a bunch of people together, and we'd have to get vices and whomever wants to play.
Oh my God! Now I have to look this up. I have to find out a way to make this.
Oh God, they're like board game makers. Yeah, so you got to be able to do it. Okay, here we go. There's a serious part in this too. I'm bracing myself for it because it really does make me mad, just to be honest.
Way to handle it. Whatever we do, I don't want to do it without an officer because they are connected to the Hales, so we don't want any problems. I'm on the phone, and if you keep interrupting me, you're going to get your mouth spanked.
You hear that, folks? That's, yeah. I mean, I'm going to back that up just so it's, again, lower. It's harder to hear.
I'm on the phone, and if you keep interrupting me, you're going to get your mouth spanked.
If you keep interrupting me, I'm on the phone, you're going to get your mouth spanked.
Who says that to a 4-year-old? I've never said that to a toddler ever. I've never said it to any of my kids at all, ever, at any age. But I will say, I did get a slap in the mouth by my mom when I was 16. Sometimes 16-year-olds say things they shouldn't say, and even moms fly off the handle. But a 4-year-old?
Yeah, man.
Dang.
They're so comfortable just saying, again, on a call with 911. How comfortable saying that. Like, it's like no big deal. Just drop that out there. Like my little one, like she loves the phone. Anytime somebody calls, she's attracted to it. Like
they are. The second you get on the phone, they even my teenagers do it. The second I get on the phone, they come wandering around and they need me. It's almost like they feel left out, Or my little one always wants to know who's on the phone. Can I talk? Who is it? You just have to get used to it as a parent. When you're on the phone, especially toddlers, and I'm sorry, 4 is still a toddler, they're going to come and interrupt you. Mm-hmm. You know what I used to do when I needed to make a phone call, and I had little ones that were, I had like 2 of them at the same time that were little. I would usually set them up with something right before I had to make a phone call, like get out the Play-Doh, which I would not bring out very often, the Play-Doh that has all the fun attachments and whatever. And I would get them set up at the table and I would start them playing. And then as soon as they were getting into it, I'd get on the phone. And then usually that would give me at least 15 minutes. But that's the kind of stuff you have to do with little ones. You can't, slapping them in the face is just so outrageous. It's just outrageous.
And I'm sure these folks will try to minimize that. But, here's the thing. If I were live, my child likes to come down here and talk. She loves it. She loves because there are people, it's enjoyment. She likes to interact. She wants to be part of everything. Could you imagine if I said something like that? They from those people?
Oh yeah, they'd go nuts. They already they already got all over my case and said I was harsh with my son because I said, "Now I told you 2 times already," because I had. Mm. But that's just no. I just said no. I can't. You can tell your child no, but telling your child I'm gonna smack you in the mouth, it's so beyond. It's so beyond.
Again, on a call with law, you know who you're talking to. You know that this is public. You know what this is. So to have that is quite what just the comfort with it. And again, my public service announcement: do not contact anyone involved with this case at all. Nor am I telling you in any way, shape, or form to contact the authorities. For fuck's sake, this has already been contacted the authorities. They were there. They were on the call. So
yeah, they were there. They were witness to this call.
So and
they have the hate channels have defended this. They have. Mm-hmm. And the way they defended it was to say, oh, which one of us hasn't been spanked or given a spanking? On the mouth? A 4-year-old? I have never done that, and my mother never did that to me, or my sisters. No, or my father never. Oh, he never spanked us at all, ever. He tapped me on the bottom once. It was hilarious. He thought he was going to try and spank me, and then he cried. Poor man. He's such a softie. He doesn't seem like a softie,
That's just like my little. I see videos where they talk about. There's all videos that come up, and they're like, "You need a father." in kids' lives, and they'll have, a kid doing something and mom saying, don't do that, and then the dad will come in and be like, don't do that, and they'll stop.
And
That's
it stops.
my level.
Yeah.
I very rarely have to do like anything besides just, have a firm voice. Like that's it. I rarely have to like add any like, "Rah," or anything like that, to get stern about that. That's all it's taking.
The chat is reminding me that I took more flack for the threat to my daughter, but it was funny. One day she was in the room. We were joking. My 18-year-old. And I said, I was trying to say, if you A, B, and C, I'm going to ground you. And it came out, I'm going to drown you. And then I said, wait, did I just say drown? And she was dying. She was laughing. And the chat has been giving me crap about it ever since.
Oh man,
don't drown her.
My daughter and stuff, she'll be like, we'll goof off, and she'll be like, hey, we'll, like I said, we'll have exchanges like that. She'll be like, if you don't go downstairs, I'll punch you into outer space. That's funny. I'm like, that's funny.
I do. I joke around with my kids a lot, especially the older ones,
joking
about
around's one
the
thing,
things we used to tell them as a joke. Obviously, as a joke. If you keep it up, I'm going to hang you by your toes. Crazy stuff like that would make them laugh. We would say, I'm going to hang you by your toes. And of course, you can't hang someone by their toes. That's impossible. Well, actually, I'm not sure if it's impossible, but who the hell would do that? And it makes them laugh. And then usually they stop it off. They stop,
You also don't.
But to say I'm going to spank your mouth. Yuck.
You don't shame your children to a outside your home audience either. One of the things I always try to build my children's self-esteem, and even when they're in trouble, with the little one, I will firmly remind her, that she's doing something wrong. I'll correct that, but I'll also follow that up with a positive, like, you're a good girl. We know you're a girl. You've been doing so great with whatever. I always follow that up with positives, because that's the way that you handle stuff. And if something gets to you too much, if you're having problems, because you're human, you can get angry. If you do, I remove myself from a room. I'm like, hey, go in the other room. Go to your bedroom. Like, do this. And then we talk about it. Because, I don't address the kids if I'm ever angry about something. Never address them with anger. But never shame my child in public or around people that are outside. And again, that's not goofing off. You hear her, like my little one's like, she came in one day and she, again, kids are blunt, but she walked up and she was like, instead of daddy, she was trying to say, hey, daddy. And she messed up and she was like, hey, fatty. And I was like, fatty, what's up? Hey, fatty.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
My son, he sees me the other day. He came in. I was in the bathroom doing something, and he comes in and he looks at me, and he goes, "Man, you got bags." And I'm like, "What? Bags? What do you mean?" He goes, "Your eyes. You've got bags. You're tired." I was like, what?
My daughter, my little one, she's like, Dad, I can't wait till I get bigger. And I'm like, bigger? She's like, yeah, I want to be a big girl, but I don't want to be as fat as you.
Those are good goals. Good goals to have.
Yeah, I was like, good, yeah, she's at that point where she's tiny. She's like little bitty. She's growing like lengthwise, but she's, thin. She's a little bitty, like a thin, real kid, because I'm tall. My parents have been tall. She'll be a thin kid like that. And she looks at that and she's like, I don't want to be like with fat like you. And I'm like, that's hilarious. Yeah.
It's so funny.
But I can't imagine turning around. And again, anytime a kid gets in trouble, I cannot imagine having an audience for that. I wouldn't do it if I had people around or something over. I might tell her like, hey, you need to go to your room or stop doing that. They may hear that, but I'm not going to shame her. And I'm definitely not going to tell her that I'm going to, hit her in the mouth. I mean, that's just, anyway, let's finish this thing.
No, you can't. Stop talking. I'm on the phone.
Okay.
You're being rude.
All righty. I'm going to have an officer give you a call back so you can let him know what's going on here, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I like you. I adore the things that you've done. I think you're very good at what you do.
Did you listen to this, by the way? Did you listen to this thing?
I did.
Okay. Yeah, folks. Okay, so this was really interesting, by the way. So you've heard that one thing. I didn't want to mention this is coming yet. So yeah, just check this out here.
Are hard to deal with. And I'm trying so hard to deal with everyone. I'm the fucking victim here, remember? But yet you get mad and you act like I'm doing something to you. I'm not doing anything to you. I'm fucking trying to survive and save my goddamn family. That's what I'm doing.
I thought she didn't talk like that.
The little itty bitty tidbits that you've put out here and there have done nothing. They've done nothing. I needed my voice out there. I needed the truth to be told. And so I chose to do what I did. I chose to use them as my podcast.
So you notice what's being noted there. I chose to use them, you know, we're talking about there, as my podcast. They are my voice again, just to make it very clear, you know, when they're brought up, the anti-what-the-hales ecosystem, they are indeed her voice. So we've heard it from one side. Now we hear it from the other side of that. Yeah, I mean,
This is exactly the problem. For some reason, you hate my guts. You're against me. You are acting like I have done something critically wrong to you, and I've done nothing. I didn't get the 2 girls. I didn't do any of this. It's all being done aside from me. So I don't understand what the deal is. But anyway, never mind. Thank you and have a blessed day.
so she's also saying that outside of her, not that people are covering this case, but these people have been gotten
by somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be Bruce. He's the one admitting to creating the we're building the anti-WTH media ecosystem. That's his own words.
Mm-hmm.
He's must be the one who got them involved.
That's just crazy.
That's what it sounds like.
Nothing. I didn't get the 2 girls. I didn't do any of this. It's all being done aside from me. So I don't understand what the deal is.
Again, a small statement, but a huge statement. You know, the recruiting, the building, it's legit. It's real. It's very much real. Remember, though, they've been telling you over and over again that stuff's not happening. It's actually these other people that are doing this stuff. None of that stuff exists. They haven't been doing it at all. I can't wait to see when they turn to, because we've already starting to see like pieces of that. Yeah, let me pull up this real quick too. I want to add this on here. I will play that Jamie Johnson thing sooner or later. I'm going to say I'm going to play it next time. That way some other bombshell will fall.
You know, Bruce, I heard Bruce on a clip somebody sent me on one of the hater channels the other night saying that we keep bringing up old stuff and everything we talk about has already happened already. And we just keep regurgitating old stuff. And it's like, no. This case is so complicated that we have had to cover things 2 and 3 times because more stuff opens up. Like what happened tonight with Bruce's text now relates to the YouTube letter we already read, but we needed to read it again because now we're putting together more pieces of the puzzle and you have to go back sometimes and fill in. It's because they're now relating to something new.
Just that they'll say that, okay, there's no proof that anything has ever happened. They'll go and they'll say nothing has ever been done. You know, that they went after the signs and they treat the signs like that's it. That's the end all. Everything else, nothing happened. So going back to the federal lawsuit, showcasing mentioned in documentation. I think it's all in play anyway. None of this stuff is irrelevant. You know, when you go back to the prior case, all of the claims that she made, all of the stuff that she said within deposition, all of that is in play. Like, that stuff can indeed be brought up and will be brought up. I'm sure because she's locked into statements.
Well, you know, what's interesting about that is that they're complaining too. They were complaining that she didn't get to show her evidence in the Ohio case. And Bruce said that too. And they're working on something that they're going to give to the Ohio lawyer who's going to show the judge that Lynette is completely, they're innocent because she didn't get to show her evidence. Well, one, I don't think that's how that works. I think she's missed her deadline to appeal, one. Two, she was given absolutely every opportunity to put her evidence on the record. I went over that the other night on my channel with Tug. It was on one of our Tuesday night streams, either last Tuesday or the Tuesday before. She was given the opportunity, and we went back over it again to show you. She was given the opportunity to enter her evidence into court. She failed to do it. The fact that she failed to do it because she didn't have a lawyer is on her. It is her fault. It is nobody else's fault that she did not get her so-called evidence into court. Now, we went over the evidence, and it didn't show anything except for the fact that Jeremy got a gun pulled on him. But still, she has a right to put her evidence into court, but she never did it.
Well, and as far as the signs go, you know, there'd been discussion about her handwritten items, unless somebody was there from go, you know, unless they've either listened to Jeremy talk about certain items, and he didn't bring up every filing that has happened. He hasn't gone through them, you know, with a fine-tooth comb. But if you didn't see like a DUI guy or yourself or myself or say legal vices, etc., if you didn't hear people talk about that at the time, you may have not seen those filings. You're seeing those are more telling than anything because you don't have a lawyer to screen out comments. So she locks in statements, but she still has problems not keeping her mouth closed. And apparently her lawyer has that too. But back when she was representing herself, I mean, she was just saying whatever. She was filing whatever. And some of it is wild. Oof.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, this stuff. And again, you know, I pulled this up because this is something that Shara mentioned. I'll add this stuff to the next time I go live. I plan, let me say, on covering the Jamie Johnson video. You know, we're talking about the trailer there and everything that happened. But if you missed this for some reason, the first thing that Shara showed us was this fishing expedition where they were planning on, when you go back and you add what she just showed, again, this isn't old stuff, it's connecting dots. So she's talking about the girls. She mentioned, actually, she makes that statement. That's fascinating. She used that language too, because that's the same language she used in that stuff we saw before. I didn't think about that till just now, actually. Give me a second.
That's another good reason to go over old stuff, because when you go over it again, you go, wait a minute, I didn't see this connection before. There's something else here. By the way, that's how you crack a cold case. I don't know if anybody's ever watched IDTV, cold case files, anything like that. I watch it all the time. The key to cracking any case is to look at your evidence again and again and again and never stop and keep going back and keep going back, because you find different things that you didn't see before.
I saw them complaining about apparently somebody said that out of 50 live streams that I've done, like 45 have been about what the hales recently, you know, the last ones. And I'm like, man, those are amateur numbers.
Those are serious amateur numbers. You can do better.
Yeah, I spent thousands of videos talking about everything going on with Amber Heard, that case, 4 years. That's the way I cover cases. I talk about them. I talk about everything there because like you just said, I'm trying to not just show people what's going on, but I myself am trying to figure this out. It's like a puzzle. And even if you know the answer, you're trying to, once you find the answer that what somebody's doing. You understand their motives. There's proof. And with this, there's a lot of proof actually.
Yeah,
Jeremy
remember
Hale.
and this is the different case, but do you remember me and Dave finding that Fiverr logo in that sonogram?
Oh yeah.
We had looked at that sonogram so many times.
Mhm.
We had looked at it. I had looked at it hundreds of times, and not until that day, live on the air, that we're looking at it, and Dave's like, "Wait a minute, what's this thing?" I'm like, that looks like words. What are those words? I mean, that's exactly why you go back over old stuff, because you can
Well,
look at
and
something 1,000 times and not see it, and then once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's incredible how it worked, and it happened live on the air. Unbelievable.
Well, and on top of that, you look at the impact that people going in, digging up evidence, finding and comparing items that were on YouTube. What you found out was that entire narrative that she was putting together, again, a different case, but you find out that her so-called medical evidence was actually a video that was off YouTube. The date
Mhm.
range that she was saying, hey, the place is closed at those times. Oh, how did you put yourself in? Well, I went and saw them anonymously. Oh, can't do that. Okay, well, I did it under a different name. Nope, can't do that either. Again, it had a huge impact in the case. That was,
Mhm.
and the system itself, the judge credited that. So yeah, all of this stuff is in play. All of it. And of course they like to call everything, it's fascinating too. They like to write everything off as quote unquote cyber stalking and harassment. And yet again, they're behind the scenes building a what the hell's ecosystem. Huh. Weird. The girls thing,
That's funny.
'Cause-
The girls.
yes.
They're
Yes,
very
so here
far
it
from
is.
girls. Just saying. The girls.
You can see them mentioned here. Yeah, I
The
was
Blunder
well,
twins.
when it was brought up, I was like, who the fuck are their girls? And it
I know,
confused
it took
Shara
me a
too.
while too. It took me a while too, because I was like, what girls?
Yeah.
There's no girls in this Oh, the Blunder twins. That makes sense.
Yes. The 2 L's is
I like how
Shara.
Shara's like, what girls? I don't know what you're
Yeah.
talking about. That was my response too. What? Who? It's
Well,
funny.
you could see, Lynette is saying this stuff is happening outside of her. These people have been brought in. Okay, well, she's definitely using them there because you see this exchange here. Hey, Shara, is Jamie hiding out? And to note, Shara said that this was after she was done. She had walked away. She was having nothing to do with this. So she gets hit up out of the blue. Is Jamie hiding out? The girls want to chat with her. What girls? I don't know what you're talking about. She's like, 2 leaves in a pod, So she's trying to bring them up and in. And again, those same quote unquote girls, when they're referenced right in that exchange, it was very easy to miss. I missed it the first time too. You said you missed it, but I missed it too. When you have Bruce here, Bruce and 2 Lees, we're building the what the hell's media ecosystem. So that's the girls. Fascinating stuff. Man, this chair sounds like a dying freaking goat. It's like,
It does. You need some WD-40 on that.
listen to this thing. Listen, I'm rocking it. It's like, it sounds like one of those old school ones like my grandma had.
It's funny.
What sucks is I need to replace it, but it's comfortable. It's finally comfortable. I like it too. I don't want to replace it. Oh, I need to though. All right. Well, I'm going to read some super chats.
Yeah,
you probably are going to go.
I'm gonna go. Yes,
Yeah.
I gotta go spend some time with the
Yes.
mister. But thanks for having me. You guys have a
Hey.
great night, and I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. Because
I know. Oh, man, it's going to be something. All right.
better
You have a
not
good
happen
one.
tomorrow. That's all I have to say. All right, see ya.
I'll see you later. Yeah, folks. I mean, again, Chef Tug cooking up a story for sure. Isn't it fascinating? All of the stuff there. And Shara, again, Shara holds the keys to so much understanding with proof. You know, you can say that you know what's going on, but then you see it. And I want to add this too. So give me a second. You know, as far as her statements, she's been consistent on saying that her problem, this was what she said publicly. And I read this, but after you've seen her statements to Bruce, what she's saying to him, and when she's asking for her $311 back, you can see her statements make a lot more sense. I've been quiet for several weeks and I have a statement. My first gut instinct in this case I was invited to was to say no, and I did say no. But several weeks later, I was begged and my heart was moved by others in the case, and I gave my heart to MP as well. I was lied to and also treated poorly all along, not only by her, but by John Cook and others in her quote-unquote team. So she's saying it wasn't just her. Others treated her poorly too. JC and many others and the team. I left the case a few times only to be begged back in. I heard things that concerned me about the child, and I voiced my concerns a year ago, but those concerns were investigated by CPS and dismissed. But piece by piece, my concerns have been confirmed, and especially with the recent sheriff audio and video published by Jeremy Hales, and then collected by me, and ignored by the team as they collected super chats, cash emoji, and cash apps and fame. Of all I collected, I had missed the audio because the topic was just neighbor feud over property lines. So again, she's bringing that up. I had missed that statement that was buried in the middle of that because it was about a neighbor feud. Understandable. It's right in the middle. If somebody listens to that, you have to go in minutes before you hear this. It's a throwaway line, as it were. It's just something in the middle that happens. And yet it has a lot of bearing, especially, again, Shara is saying that adds to her concern. But she had missed it because property lines. But there was something there that I had heard after he published it that took my breath away. I then went back to look closely at information given to me a year ago by someone who stayed on the property that I had passed by. So you see this statement here. I have a feeling, again, I've not talked to Shara about this, just to make it clear. But she's saying, after this happened and after I saw it, I went back and I looked at other information that I was given. That too was a friend's feud that I chose to stay out of. So she stayed out of the property thing, understandable. Friends feud, if you look at it, it's easy to just dismiss something and be like, that's inconsequential. It has nothing to do with me whatsoever. I'm going to stay out of it. But I cried with further confirmation. I stressed my concerns all along from the start to the attorney that pursued me. Again, pursued her, she knows. But I was only used by him and screamed at and demeaned for his personal goal. And then I left the case several weeks ago for the last time. I was also accused of being quote-unquote jealous of 2Ls after expressing my concern of the use of opposing child on their quote-unquote PR gig. They then began asking me to hand over some key files for the quote-unquote scoop show that were not related to MP's case to use me a little more. Outrageous. Another slap in my face. I'm now being threatened by the people I give my heart to, my time to, my money to. They are also defaming me, lying about me, threatening me on their quote-unquote PR showtime, etc. And even the other YouTubers he has wrangled into the case are defaming me suddenly in concert with them. Why would they do that, by the way? Makes a lot more sense when you start seeing people talking about there being an anti-what-the-hales ecosystem. Why would everybody suddenly jump on the same narrative and take down a Shara or a Slug or a Lloyd or whomever. People that, again, were friendly until. Remember, all these people were useful. They were friendly. If you have a doubt about the way that they were pushing this narrative. I saw them talking about how Shara was allegedly a plant by Jeremy Hales. And it's ridiculous when you see the statements by Bruce himself, outside of this one person, that she was considered a closest friend. So that narrative is trash. But it's trash that serves a purpose. And that purpose seems to be building this ecosystem that is talked about. Again, to have that ecosystem thrive, one of the things they have to do is shut people up. And what better way to shut fucking people up than to go in and dig through every aspect of their life, to go through all the sordid details and to try to pretend that those details somehow pertain to what's been going on here. And if they can't find sordid shit, ask Slug what they'll say about you. Because Slug, some of his statements, he said in chats, he's talked about them calling him all types of horrible torps, types of horrible. I put types of horrible. I called it torps. Types of horrible shit with your name. I mean, they've done that repeatedly, or they insinuate that they're going to do something. They insinuate that they have information about you. You don't protect your information enough. Hit them up. Oh, they'll tell you about it. Again, that is a veiled threat. Shut the fuck up or else. I said Shara there is noting that in concert. I've never experienced anything like this. But I knew I'm here for a reason, and God does work in mysterious ways. I'm okay with being hated by all for my concerns, but to terrorize me with legal harm, to silence me, to sickness, is unacceptable. And I'm going to follow my broken heart. Because of this case, I will never give this way again. I will now be reporting this case independently because children come first always. And that's all this case is about. For the record, I remain quiet, and I'm not the one that brought this to the public. And again, they've tried repeatedly to discredit Shara, to say that she's not somebody that's trustworthy. But it's hard to do that. Again, with the statements, there's just little throwaway lines on what we covered today. Some of those little throwaway lines say so much. Like, again, it's covered up here, and you can watch this. Let me see where her channel is, by the way. Let me look. Her channel is at 688 subscribers. If you're not subscribed to the channel, it is linked at the top. Even if you don't like Shara, you don't have to like Shara, by the way. Nobody's telling you have to like anybody. But I think it's fascinating. And again, they were telling her that she will never hit 1,000 subscribers, ever. She'll never make it that far. They told her that. Again, they also, I figure they think that channels that are smaller, like, again, if Shara has 20 subscribers and puts out something, unless someone else boosts it, maybe people won't notice that. They don't see it as much, right? But if there are 1,000 eyes, 2,000, 3,000 eyes, whatever, that changes the game. But yeah, the throwaway lines in this, again, Michelle calls her the closest friend next to you. So Shara, she said she was manipulated. Her heartstrings were pulled out. She was lied to. She felt that she was defrauded. And if people Don't think that. Again, she dropped a freaking message there, taking it all into context. She's saying again, hey, what are your thoughts on this? What do you think about this kind of stuff that's happening here? And on top of that, what's up? You know, I'm asking you for this money. And the way that that's answered, interestingly enough, that's totally ignored. The whole thing that she's saying, these are my concerns, the kid thing, and this, I'm not responsible for your $311. It's ridiculous for me to you to involve me in that. I don't know why you can't understand my role, obligations, my constraints. And he's talking about constraints. You know, your legal constraints, I'm sure, are there. You know, I would say that going in and again, trying to build up an anti-what-the-hales ecosystem is probably bypassing your legal constraints. It seems pretty questionable, Bruce. It seems like something you probably shouldn't be doing. You know, what I know, I'm not a lawyer, right? I just, there's so much stuff. Again, it has meaning. Let me check that one more time. Now it's 714. So each time we mention it, I'm telling you, my goal is to get Shara over 1,000 subscribers, and we will do that. We will do that. We will do that within the next week. Week, 2 weeks, we'll have her over that. Remember the first time we looked at her channel, she had 23 subscribers. And, you know, to be clear about this, too, when I first looked at that, I didn't say, hey, subscribe to this channel or anything, because I, too, had my doubts about a person. But I also know at the end of the day that there has to be a way to say, yo, my bad. I looked at this and, you know, I thought this. I thought that I thought that I was right in this. I pursued it, and as I went along, I've had issues with it. I've had these little things that have pulled at me, and then, you know, I missed some things. I mean, for her to say that, it also takes a lot of backbone to say that too. Hey, maybe I got it wrong. There has to be a way to do it. And again, you don't have to like anybody. You don't have to trust them, but there does have to be a way. And as part of that, when you're saying, hey, how does somebody make good? Well, they're showing what's happened. They also called her out beyond making good and addressing concerns, because she was willing to be quiet about that. That wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough. Because anybody that apparently has problems there, they have to be given more problems. That's sad. That's sad. But it says more. I want to encourage people to say this again. Not me. Just saying. They're encouraging people to report Veteran Nation the video and get his channel shut down. That was denied publicly. They weren't going after channels. Remember that. They've said that repeatedly. They are not trying to shut down channels. And yet behind the scenes they are. They consistently denied doing this. And yet the goal wasn't to take down a video over something. It was to take down an entire channel. What's jacked up too is if something like this popped up that somebody else was doing, saying that they were flagging a channel and they were trying to take down one of these, they would flip their shit. They would. They always have an excuse for it. And there are people out there that are going to applaud it no matter what. But like I said, what you have is proof, undeniable proof now, of the fact that not only were they going after channels and trying to shut them down, but they have indeed been messing with Jeremy Hales' business. That is what tortious interference is. It is going in. Let's pull this up actually. Give me a second here. Tortious interference. Tortious interference. Let me explain an idea to you real quick too, okay? So tortious interference. And again, this is an AI overview. There's a lot more to this idea, but to understand what it's talking about, the easiest way I would know to explain tortious interference, you have two parties, party A, party B. That's your relationship, right? Me and you say we're in business together, A and B, but somebody sees their way into it. So party C comes in and they try to shove their way into our relationship, which is 100% wrong, by the way. And in doing damages, it's 100% illegal too. Shara's now at 761. I'm keeping an eye on it. Like I said, I want that channel to hit 1,000 subscribers. And I'm sure that I mean, they mocked her. If you go back to the first video that she dropped, one of the things that I mentioned was a comment where they were telling her that essentially, again, paraphrasing, but she was a nobody. Nobody cared what she said. She had been replaced. And that she would never hit 1,000 subscribers. And it disgusts me. I think that's a challenge. That is a challenge there, saying she will never be able to do that. Essentially, if she doesn't, stay on that side. I heard somebody use the words with another person. They said people will think you're a traitor. You have a different opinion, you're a traitor. But tortious interference. Tortious interference is a legal concept that occurs when a third party intentionally damages a business relationship or contract between two other parties, causing economic harm. Now, if somebody's trying to shut down your YouTube channel, that is definitely trying to do economic harm. So if they've been targeting Jeremy Hales, and we know they have been because we've seen the letter, that would be one thing I think that would pop up in evidence, because again, you have the YouTube, like I would love, by the way, here's the thing too, Bruce, I would make sure, and all these other parties, I would make sure to preserve any email exchanges that you have. I'm sure YouTube has, so I'd make sure to preserve those because they may well become evidence. Let me light this. I mean, they, after all, were mentioned. We've never seen the other letters. In fact, hey, if they want to get ahead of that, maybe they should show those. Maybe they should show the communications. Maybe they should talk about how many times they've tried to shut down What the Hales. Because again, they said that YouTube was very familiar. And they know, again, they know that is his business. That's why they like the words bullying and harassment, and they like to add cyber stalking more, because again, they're trying to accuse this person of crime. They're trying to say that they have a reason to go in and target his business. They're trying to do harm, and they've done harm, calling somebody an ARPist, going in and trying to destroy somebody, costing them hundreds of thousands of dollars as they try to not just protect their business interests, but also protecting their reputation. That's definitely economic harm. But there are two types. There's interference with contractual relations. This involves an existing contract. For example, if the defendant tries to get a delivery company to breach a contract, that's tortious interference. And there's interference with business relations. This pertains to business relationships that may not necessarily be bound by a contract. Now, to prove tortious interference, the plaintiff must establish several elements, including there's a contract. The defendant knew about the contract. The defendant interfered intentionally. The interference was improper. The defendant's conduct led to a breach of the contract, and the plaintiff suffered damages as a result. Now, we do know that a sponsor was definitely hit. They talked about that. They talked about it publicly. They mentioned it. Again, all these things they've bragged about doing. These things come back to bite you in the ass. And remember, the statement here, I think, is a very important one in discussing who this other party is. They say, oh, whomever's being discussed here, Michelle says they're totally trustworthy. And then her text to me is anything to help taking Hales out. Taking Hales out. And along with it, like I said, just hammering this point here. You have not only Bruce, but Bruce is mentioning in these discussion that certain PR podcast, and he's saying that they're building an anti-Hales media ecosystem. We are now at 807 subscribers, by the way. We are 193 subscribers. The link is right there at the top of the chat. It is 100% free. You're just clicking a button. That's all you got to do. Click the subscribe button. So you just got to click the link, hit subscribe, and that's it. Even if you don't, I just take it as a challenge. You don't even have to watch stuff on there if you didn't want to. Like I said, I take that as a giant, hurdle, perceived hurdle. You'll never be able to, really. And it does bother me, again, that lawfare is being used to silence opposition. And we know that lawfare has been utilized because, like I've said, and I'll go to super chats in just a second after this, but again, I'm just talking for a minute. In the letter that Megan and I received, the proposal, this is what the proposal pretty much states. Again, not hitting it all, but remember this. I propose you stop covering what the hell's called turkey. Remember, because we're not part of anti-Hales media ecosystem, I suppose. So we have to stop covering that because it's not anti. We got to go cold turkey. If so, I can guarantee you will not eventually be sued by Michelle Preston, John Cook, and a child for any of your coverage here too. Please mind your formal logic. I've only explained what would ensure you will not be sued. If A, then B does not equal, if not A, then not B. So he's trying to say, I'm not threatening to sue you. But that is a threat for lawfare. You stop covering this case. And if you stop covering, we'll guarantee we won't sue you. Nor am I trying to have YouTube channels shut down. Remember, we just saw that statement about that. Writing one letter, reporting Veteran Nation's PR stunt and asking that they shut his channel down for it is hardly trying to get him shut down. Wait, what? It was to set an example for others who might jump in, let's cut off a little bit, onto the phony Save Harley Grace story. So, shutting them down is not shutting them down. Remember, even though, again, it's fascinating too. He makes it sound like he was just there writing a letter. But in that discussion, he's encouraging people to flag. That's noted. Because he says, writing one letter to YouTube about Hales, calling my client to experience the consequences of being ARPed. It's far from trying to get it shut down, which is absolutely ridiculous to spin it that way. is absolutely disgusting to spin it that way. But that's the spin. In addition to not being sued by the victims of Hales, whose lives you helped disrupt and destroy for the last 6 months, I also guarantee not suing either of you myself for your false and defamatory comments about me, including that I have no clients and calling me an ambulance chaser. Although, unlike Larry Foreman, I do not do personal injury law. They're not interested in reporting accurate info, only quick, easy content that assures large view numbers. Because putting out what they actually say, that's not actually being correct about that. Again, you see that though. Lawfare, lawfare. And they also, with this stuff, again, I mean, just read the way that this states, like listen to it all. Like all of this comes, it's a not so veiled threat. You both lost your way from when you embarked on your YouTube ventures. Step back and examine yourselves. Maybe you'll see I'm not a parasite, you are. It's ironic to hear you accuse me of seeking fame of What the Hale's coattails. But as Megan noted, your entire YouTube channel subsists on riding coattails, i.e., parasitically profiting off coverage of others' travails and misfortune while the story's hot. Fascinating. It's interesting, too, considering you had Shara herself ask, hey, what's the point in what you're doing besides fame? She asked him. I'm not even getting paid. But sure, I'm the parasite for helping the victims of the Hales, and you are bullying harassment, which you profit from. Then they, again, they love the doxing, and they love to benefit from doxing. Like I said, I don't use my name, but of course, doxers put it out there. So it's got to throw in, I'm Mr. Lewis. It's particularly troubling that you profited off the bullying of Miss Preston and Miss Cook when you were an anti-bullying counselor. Your attached article describes perfectly the behavior you're engaged in. There's like I've said before, there's no such thing as an anti-bullying counselor. You'd have to be an absolute dipshit to think that there is. You can talk about bullying. And it's just, it's crazy when these people have built, again, an ecosystem to target one channel, which is, by the way, one hell of a violation of YouTube's terms of service. Because they not only built up something, but it's built for one intent. That's it. And that intent, as described in those messages, is to build an ecosystem that is anti one person or one channel. They say, I and my clients are willing to let bygones be bygones. I don't expect a response, but this guarantee remains as long as there's no further mention of my client by name or reference. So you can't even reference them, by the way. Not just name, but by reference. And it doesn't work that way. You know why they didn't sue over reference or anything else? Because they filed fucking lawsuits. They filed multiple lawsuits. And they went after multiple people. And really, with all the stuff that has come up, they're going to have a hell of a time describing how everything that they've done, that's somehow justified. It's going to be fascinating to see them trying to describe. Because we're not just talking the federal lawsuit. We're talking the trespass 5, plus again, deputy sheriff with the Lloyd RV situation. We're talking about the thumbnail litigation. There's so much in there. I don't expect a response, but this guarantee remains. I love it there. It is automatically rescinded if you do further coverage or make any disparaging comments about Miss Preston or Mr. Cook going forward. What is a disparaging comment, by the way? How do you define a disparaging comment? Is that not walking in lockstep with a specific narrative? Is that the issue? I mean, I wonder what that means exactly. But anyway, I mean, you get the idea here. So let's hit super chats. Like I said, I want to remind people, like this idea of someone being threatened, the whole point in that is that Shara mentioning people targeting her. Oh, yeah, I believe it. By the way, she's at 855 subscribers now. She is at 145 subscribers off the 1,000 mark. Remember, we started, really, she had, when she put out that first video, like these people promise, they always say, by the way, that you're going to build covering their side. That's what Shizzy Wiznut saw. Remember? Views tripled, quadruple, whatever. You know, I think it's quadruple actually. And yet you got a whole whopping 23 subscribers. So I just think it's fascinating, again, to tell this person they will never hit a point. Let's see how they will go. So let's hit some super chats. Rogue Mom, picking up. Thanks for the 2. Shara speaking quietly. Well, a big stick. Indeed. Indeed. Now, Silhouette asks, thanks for the 2 there. Could Deuce be a witness instead of LP's lawyer? Well, it does make you wonder if you could end up getting added to litigation when you start doing all of this stuff. It looks like overstepping that bounds, doesn't it? When Lynette Preston is saying that she didn't bring people in. You know, other people are being brought in. Not her bringing them in, though. And these folks, they're building again. Anti-what-the-hales ecosystem, yeah. Just make you wonder, doesn't it? Rogue Mama, thanks for the 5. Bruce's first chat on Squid Pro Quo's stream was President Grapist. And before they call me a liar, again, I have the receipt. Support Squid by subbing. Yes, indeed. Squid Pro Quo. That is another channel I would like to focus our love on. We'll do another. We'll talk about Squid Pro Quo in another one. I want to make sure I don't want to divide people's attention when I'm saying let's build up one, but we can build up more than one. So yeah. Subscribe to her channel. And again, I don't care. Like, the point isn't that somebody doesn't like a political figure. Dislike a political figure all you want. The idea, again, was that commentary wasn't made by him. It had to be the byproduct of hacking. You know, he didn't post here about an election. I mean, that statement here, he didn't post here about the election. Why? Because you'll lose subscribers over the fucking most basic statements on that. And again, you dislike any political candidate, dislike them all. That's like Pokemon, man. You got to collect them all, right? That's fine. That's not the point. The point was him saying that he doesn't do that. He didn't make fun of. That has to be either faked or, and yet, like people are saying, he started out talking politics and stuff. He's making statements still. So it's just fascinating. It reminds me again of what Laura Owens said about her emails, where she was having, she was emailing Clayton Echard repeatedly. And then she said when certain things came up and they didn't look good, she was like, well, I didn't, that message right there, that's not mine. I didn't say that. That was hacking. So if I send just throwing out a number, if I sent 200 emails, but I was like, hey, 2 of those in the middle, that actually wasn't me. Yeah, it's kind of questionable, kind of weird, right? She's at 865 now. I keep looking, like I said, 135. Like I say, the link is at the very top of the chat. All you got to do, click that link button, go over, hit that subscribe button. I love it. Okay. Thanks for the 10 there. Food for the squirrels. Indeed. Thank you for that. Oh, by the way, there was some more stuff that came up about Peanut the squirrel, too. The thing that I said, there was a female that had been blamed for calling animal control about the squirrel. And I mean, it was nasty. And I kept saying, the stuff there, it's fake. They were fake messages. You could look at them and tell that there was those messages that were saying that this person was that. They were fake. Like there was no proof whatsoever. Well, it turns out they weren't the person that actually did all of that. There's been more information that's come up about that entire case. We'll have to catch all of that up because it's been getting crazy. Yeah, thank you for food for the squirrels too. DGG, thanks for the 20. I'm not a supporter of a particular lawyer, but it's not difficult to believe the clone account story. I've seen 2 clone accounts from my wife so far. One was killed within an hour of report. The other lasted for weeks. Oh, there are fake accounts all over the place. The thing is, though, to say that your account didn't do that because, again, hacking? Really? Hacking? Hacking made you... Oh, come on, man. Is that what they're going to go with? I mean, okay. Whatever. And you can't go back and say, oh, well, prove, because all they have to do is unclick a button. Now, interestingly enough, if, again, that would not be portion of a case there, but I doubt this would come up to that level, making fun of someone if they were sick or allegedly doing that. But Facebook keeps records of clicks and everything else. So, but it's just interesting. I've not made any statements about elections. I don't do that here. Wait, are those statements about elections coming from you? Okay. And again, yes, I've seen many sock accounts. That's what I call it. When I talk about an account, that is not a person. It's a sock account. It's a fake account. Yes, I've seen many fake accounts. But during this anti-what-the-hales stuff, saying that they've been nice toward these folks. Come on, man. And again, that's not pointed at you, by the way. I'm not saying that. It's absurdity. This is like a theater into absurdity. I feel like we've gotten a show of it. So yes, I mean, you are right. There are plenty of fake accounts out there for sure. And it is a thing that does happen, and it gets used as an excuse a lot of times too. Nobody's going to hack you and press a button and unhack you. Thanks for the 5. That would be brigading, which is against YouTube's terms of service. Yes, indeed. Brigading is 100%. I got to cough 1 second. Yes, brigading. That is, you know what that's called? It's a word that they like to throw around a lot. Creating an anti-what-the-hales YouTube or an ecosystem, period. You know what that would be called? It would be called targeted harassment. They like that word, harassment. But again, that is targeted harassment. You're 100% right. Laura B, by the way, thanks for the 249. Thanks, Tug and Megan. I was unhidden. Yes, there was an accident. Laura B apparently got hidden on channels. That happens sometimes if for some reason you're hidden. Don't think, by the way, if a comment is put in and your comment doesn't pop up that you've been hidden. That may be YouTube hiding your comment for whatever reason. Even sensible comments sometimes get hidden by YouTube because YouTube is crazy like that. Shara's at 886 now. Yeah. 114. So it's gone from 23 to 886. So again, 2 clicks. I really want to see it. It's a personal goal. But Laura, good man, you're good people. You are. And I appreciate you a lot. You know, you've been around for a while, you're here and everything else. If somebody, again, if for some reason you or somebody you know does get hidden or banned, typically bans are accidents. If you think that's happened, an error, just hit up. It may take a little while because YouTube does not list channels in an order in any way whatsoever. So you have to find them in something. Navy Vet, love for the broken. Thanks for the 10. What these people are doing, they think this is covered by the First Amendment. They really should read Constitution. It doesn't give the right to harass and try to destroy for money. Well, there's the thing. And, you know, I can't say I'm a free speech absolutist because there's some things like, you know, there's creepers out there that they may not be violating the law, but, you know, there's those quote unquote maps. They talk about their disgusting stuff they're into that pops up on Twitter. Yeah, that has no place, even though it's talking about an illegal activity. So I'm not an absolutist, but I am pretty well for, you know, a lot of free speech, even uncomfortable speech. You know, the easiest thing to defend is speech you agree with. The speech you disagree with is the most difficult. Having said that, like you note here, you are not allowed to go out and to try to destroy someone's businesses, their business relations. They know better. Like a lawyer should know better. That is not protected under free speech. You can't go in and destroy business opportunities. That's in tortious interference, by the way. When we first talked about this, she said 897, 103 now. We're in that final stretch, baby. Come on, make it happen, please. 103 more subscribers. Again, Shara's YouTube is 897. She's 103 subscribers away from that 1,000 goal. Oh my God, that's amazing. Oh, that'll make so many of them mad. They'll be like, she'll never do it. And then she'll have it. Oh my God. It also tells, you know, again, I think Shara is afraid because, like many people, like for myself, I felt like this before. You're afraid, like, if somebody like that comes after you, that you'll stand alone. And you know what? Again, you don't have to like a person or agree with a person to know that, again, if she's being threatened with litigation because she's going to tell the truth and expose the fact that they've been out there behind the scenes doing all this crazy, awful shit, flagging channels, trying to shut them down and building this insanity. They can't just shut that down. So, you know, I think it sends a statement that people they don't have to stand alone. There's not a side, a pro or a con Jeremy Hales in that too. If you can't see the problem with what's being done there, man, maybe you should reevaluate, you know, because that is pretty messed up. Wendy thinks of the father. Jeremy and George put up with LP's BS for a while until he couldn't avoid it anymore. Bless Jeremy and George for standing for what's right. Indeed, you know, they used it, they treated it as like it was a back and forth, you know. People get into back and forth. You get them squabbles. You get the mad squabbles, right? But also, you know, you try to avoid it. Like the thing with most humans is you also try to avoid certain outcomes and hope they'll go away. But this ain't going away. Like you saw, that's another point I think that's worth mentioning too. The things that you looked at today tell you 100% that this stuff is not going to go away. It's being built. Building an ecosystem. It doesn't say that they plan on resolution. It says something beyond that. What's up, Stick Print? How you doing, man? Thanks for the 20. Please do a Christmas album. Yeah. My precious silent now precious. Oh my God. I think I can talk like that. And to be honest, I can actually do a pretty good job of it. I could probably let's see. Yeah, so I was just going through. Yeah, I could pretty much talk like that. I think it doesn't hurt my voice. It's not like a deep, scratchy sound or anything. Precious. The gravel is a little bit difficult, but you probably sing songs like that. Yeah, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas, precious. Oh my God. Cheryl Gold, thanks for the 10 there. For the beautiful song. Oh, thank you. The song that comes up for me all the time is Take These Broken Wings. Take these broken wings. Thank you there. What's up, Liz, by the way? 28 months, 2 years plus. Thank you, Liz. Like I said, it's good to see you there. I know people are here too. Many of you are here, and I don't see you. Like if you're in the chat or something, when it pops you up on this, in the super chat box, I see you. Hey, Shara has broken the 900. She's over 905. She's only 95 subscribers away. I'm going to keep pumping this too. This is totally free for you to do. It's not hard at all. Go up to the top of the chat, click the link there, hit subscribe. That's all you got to do. Very easy. 95 more people. We've already had almost 500 people do that. That's amazing. But thank you, Liz. I appreciate you. SF, thanks for the 2. No one ever accused Deuce of being a good lawyer. Indeed. Apparently, though, if you call somebody an ambulance chaser, if you say things like that, apparently they're going to sue you over that. It's fucking ridiculous, man. Again, lawfare. That's why I say I firmly believe that Shara is being threatened with lawfare, because look how easily that comes. That also tells you that people aren't accustomed to being challenged outside of, say, a court of law. It's because, here's one thing too. If you want people to actually hear what you're saying, you have to be ready for people to say, no, that's a bunch of shit. And beyond that, the way they say it, you may not like the way they say it. They may tell you that when you file stuff as a lawyer, it's amazing to say, man, this shit looks like it's written by an ambulance chaser. And I have to be like, oh, by Jove, I totally disagree with that. Sticking out the freaking pinky while you're saying it, they don't have to do it that way. Zach thinks it's 5 for every like this super chat gets. Squid has to walk a mile in the treadmill. Squid, sure, I didn't say that. Her fat A. Yeah, I did not say that. That's funny. Walk a mile, and I've been trying to walk more. So I don't. My knee doesn't like treadmills, but I've been trying to walk more too. Yeah, you can tell you goof it off with her. That's hilarious. That's one of the things I like too. It's funny. You can also tell that ecosystem that they built is strange, because like Megan will give me a hard time about something, or give her a hard time about something. Legal vices, others, they'll give you a hard time about stuff. They're friendly. They're your friends. That thing is not that. You never hear that. Janice thinks with a 10. Deuce for his skin needs to have his law license removed. He's completely stupid to put all this in writing. He's not even close to being medium smart. Dude's nothing but an ambulance chaser. Yeah, I don't go with complaints about people, nor do I suggest, like I said, be clear that anyone should make complaints or anything else. I, unlike them, do not go after people's occupations. I, unlike them, do not try to get their revenues shut down. I'd be very, they also, here's the thing. If you do have them added to litigation, if some of those letters that are written, they ever come forward, it'll be fascinating to see who else has actually been targeted. You know, they've said before they didn't note any other channels. They haven't gone after other channels. I'd be curious to see if that were actually true. And that doesn't even take into account all the times of, you know, trying to get people shut down by calling for mass flagging, because there's been channels do that. What's up, Cat? Thank you for the membership. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for your membership and welcome to Tugs. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, Cat. What's up, James? Thank you also for your membership. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for your membership process. And welcome to Doug's process. Oh, all my preciouses. Liz, thank you. And also, 5 gifted memberships right there on that too. 5 gifted preciouses. I need to put I need to come up with a title for instead of Tugs Thugs. I need another group, something precious is. Oh, I gotta get that one down. Thank you, Liz, very much. Vanessa, thanks for the 10 there. Love me some Megan. You bring us good luck. I also like the fact that, again, anytime, when I say I've made plans, news always drops. And anytime Megan makes some kind of real plan to go out and do something, there's always good stuff that drops. So Shara, by the way, is at 925. We are still growing there. 75 more subscribers and she hits 1,000. That's just, I mean, you're right there at it. So like I said, link is at the top of the description. I want to encourage her to go out and really speak her mind. Beyond that, being serious for a second, I want her to know that she is not standing alone there. People are paying attention. They see it. And it has nothing to do with, Jeremy Hales. What it has to do with is that she has proof of things that have gone on there. You've seen some of it. And I imagine if there are threats and more, God knows what's there. And it may take time to put it all together. I'm sure there's more. She again mentioned the stuff about a person, a friend, argument or disagreement. And she didn't notice something that was in there. She didn't get involved. So there's definitely more that she knows. And I'm sure, it takes time to go in and look up everything. But I think they motivated her. They talked a lot of shit about her. They still have been. So I want to encourage her. Yeah, I love some Megan there. It's so funny. Every time, man. Paula thinks of 5. Didn't Lloyd also say that LP said she wanted to harm Jeremy? Now this about taking him out. Yeah, that statement about taking him out. Here. This statement right here. Again, let me just pull this up while we're talking. He needs to go under. And then a statement like this is proof of, like I said, getting him knocked off YouTube permanently. They're not fucking with his business, right? They're not trying to destroy anything. But yeah, those statements. After I've seen somebody pull a pew out of there, and then people start talking about how they need to go under and that, it does. Again, you can take that how you want. But for me, it does give me a pause, make me wonder. Slug, thanks for the 2. This is legit actionable threats to do harm. WTF. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, Slug, man. And you know what? Here's the thing with Slug that I want to commend here. Okay. I want to say this publicly here. I know, not because he's saying this, but I just know from everything else that I have seen publicly, all of the pressure. He and Shara have said certain things that mirror one another, not just about the threats and everything, but also about the fact that it's done them physical harm, as in it's made them sick. Like he's talked about, what's essentially worry, being sick. Like you can't have somebody going out and taking aim at you over and over again and trying to ruin you without worrying. And you know what, though? He weighed that. And even after that, it took a lot of stones to admit that you had been misled. It did for whatever else. You know, you have people patting you on the back and say, man, you're our pit bull, you're our go-to guy, all of this shit. And then, you know, to be like, yo, I see a problem here. I've got a problem with what's happening. And to point that out, but not only to point that out, but to say, I was misled. It's not easy. It's not easy to admit. That's a difficult one to do. So I do have to commend people that do that. And I think Slug did that, you know, very well too, because it'd be very easy he didn't just go quiet and walk away into the night. When he saw a problem, he mentioned it. That's good. Shara's at 934 now. So close, man. So close. We're getting to that final stretch. 66 more. It's gonna happen. But Slug, dude, I got to give you like props on that. I think you probably also, just to say this, you probably know more than you think you do. You know, and I understand why you've been hesitant, like with your channel and stuff, to go further. You know, because you don't want to be sued. I get it. I very much get that. You know, you made statements publicly that said, I don't want to be. And like I said, I get that. But it is jacked up that they called you everything under the sun. They took aim at you, wanted to ruin you, you know. It's also fascinating. The same people who did that, they complained about, like me. I said, you know, if people bring in kids or family, I'll dedicate a month, a month of my time to going out and talking about you. You know, you want my attention, you have it. That's too much, right? Just to say I'm going to dedicate my time to showcasing who and what you are. But yet, these things that are absolutely insane that have been going on behind the scenes and publicly. Yeah, Slow. Like again, him and Shara, man. Takes a lot to stand up and say something despite all of that. There, Marie, thanks for the two. The Hale's safety isn't being taken seriously at all. No, they have to take care of their own safety. You also know this. So there was a discussion today. This started in an election discussion, but I'm not talking about that part. I want you to understand something. You realize, like, there was a thing about firearm ownership. Now, outside of the U.S., you wouldn't understand this conversation as much. But in the U.S., with as many firearms as there are people talking about ownership of one and why you would own one. And that the reason for that is because the police, they're not liable for your protection. You know, they don't have to go in and they don't actually have to do anything. In 2005, there was a case, Castle Rock versus Gonzalez, and the Supreme Court, they ruled on that, saying that there was a woman that had a restraining order against her husband. The restraining order was violated, and with the violation of the restraining order, let's just say something terrible happened to her kids. Very horrible situation. Now, the police were sued. This goes all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court says that, well, the police aren't obligated to protect you. So Jeremy moving and doing so he has to protect himself, because even in the best situation, the police would not generally be obligated to do anything for you. But this has not been a best situation. This has been awful. I don't feel like his safety have been taken seriously in any way, shape, or form. And it's sad the lengths he's having to go to. Because ultimately, I mean, he's gone through all of the correct channels on how you're supposed to deal with that. And other people, again, people like Patty, they've gone through those. They've talked about, their concerns and how they feel about this stuff. And yet their concerns have also been dismissed. Shara's at 941 now. 59 away. So close. Oh, so close. Jack's mom, thanks for the 5. Use of the N word immediately loses all credibility to me. Signs, also one with the cigars stay lit. Cigars don't stay lit because the way they burn, the bunch tobacco, you have to keep it burning. So for me, like where I'm sitting here talking, every 30 seconds or so, minute, you should puff and keep it lit, but I don't do that. I just, I don't even, I probably, they'll probably make a 2 or 3 live streams, because they're not like a cigarette. A cigarette is a bunch of paper and a bunch of crap that has been put together. I'm not encouraging people to smoke in any way, shape, or form. By the way, that's not what I'm doing here. Just saying, cigars, they're tobacco with a tobacco leaf wrapped around it. So they burn out by the way it's bunched and everything else. So you have to keep, you're supposed to keep it lit yourself, but I'm terrible about that. Again, just where I've been talking, I've let it burn out again. So, every time I light it, it's basically, that's when I've gotten back to it. Usually, Kleenex with Vicks lotion is lifesaver. Feel better. Yeah, I've been using a little Vicks Vapo Rub. It's just sinus stuff, though. I mean, for me, I'm not sick. Like, just to make it clear, too. I have a little bit of, but I'm not like, oh my God, I'm dying. So just to make that clear, too. But thank you. Lily, thanks for the vibe. They face themselves the same way leftists do. I think politically wise, politics come in. I think we see terrible extremes from people. They're not right wing or leftists or whatever. They're people. That's the thing that gets lost in the mix. Just like I wouldn't say that Lynette Preston is indicative of all women. She's not. The behavior of extremes are not indicative of, people with certain social or political views. But I see what you're saying in there for sure. Also, Lily, thanks for the 5. Is Jeremy going to be able to add these in to his lawsuit? That's a good question. That is a lawyer question. I guess we'll see play out. I would think they would have value. That's my personal opinion. Again, I'm not talking to Jeremy about his litigation. I'm not like, hey, man, what are you going to do with this? What are you having with that? If I found something fascinating, I would definitely pass it on to him or his lawyers for sure. I would, 100%. But as far as communication is concerned, I don't ask about that stuff. I don't ask for one, really for 2 reasons. Again, it's not my case. I'm an outside observer, but also we're not building a ecosystem, I guess is the right word. But could he? Yeah, for sure. And I think this is stuff that I think he might have a very serious discussion about whether or not this stuff actually gets added in. Shara's on the back end of this stuff, by the way. 49 more subscribers. That's all we need. So, again, I'm just going to ask you, 49 people. All I need is 49 people to do this. Go up to the top of the chat, click the link there, and subscribe to the channel. I love it. There's going to be 1,000 people there. They were celebrating how she would never get support. Basically, again, don't talk about us because nobody's going to listen to you. Well, apparently there are people that would listen. That's the thing there. Raya. There's poop in the hole. That's so funny. That got me laughing. I was like, what in the hell am I listening to here? There's poop in the hole. Not only were the steaks pulled up, but there was poop there. What? Janice, thanks for the 10 there. What led Slug and Shara to believe that Lynette, Crook, and other flying monkeys were credible and to be believed? What was that? Does anyone know why Slug and Shara thought Jeremy was not credible? Well, I can't speak for Slug. Like, he would have to actually talk about that. I think I think generally, I think this is something you run into. You know, there's a reason that people use certain words. Like they use elderly, they use disabled, they use poor. You know, they use all these words because it makes it look like you know, this underdog is being targeted. And most of us love an underdog story, right? Most of us love to see the poor downtrodden person getting their come up, you know, giving somebody rather their comeuppance, you know, and I think people embrace that. They also embrace again. They like a Shara. You're talking about somebody with their own family. Like for me, when I see people mention kids and stuff, it that can hit me a little closer to the feels, you know. 100%. So you also, I think sometimes you have this problem too. It's the same thing that you run into with scientific research and more. You go in with an idea. This is a problem that people have. We see it in journalism, socially, politically. We see it with everything. People go in with an idea that something is a specific way. You know, other people around them may say that this is a specific way, and they just adopt it. And then you have confirmation bias. Everything that a person does suddenly becomes proof of that. Maybe that's where you said, you know. But again, with Shara, she was saying, she said, it's been pretty consistent, I think, that she had some issues, some doubts, some concerns that linked in, and they just got worse along the way. It's a good question, though. I think, like I said, Slug could answer that, or, you know, I wouldn't want to answer for him. Vanessa, thanks for the 10 there. Warm hugs to our sweet Kitty Ninja. Kitty Ninja, what's up, Kitty Ninja in the chat? Hey, love to you. Appreciate you, by the way. Giving you the warm freaking, giving you them Otter Creek precious hugs. Fun times. Appreciate you, though. Travis, what's up, Travis? Thanks for the 10 there. I fucked up so much. I admit that I'm the problem. And then help the recovery. But yeah, I still drink and rodeo, but I've cut myself down. This woman, dude, just want to cause problems and not own shit. Part of the issue is, yeah, well, people seldom, it especially gets that way when you look at like personalities of folks. You know, some people have like addiction problems, like you're talking about. Some people have underlying issues. You know, maybe there's not addiction problems. Maybe there's something else there. Maybe that is their personality. That's where you really get into problems. Again, I'm not diagnosing here, but if a person, say, has a, and we talk about diagnosis. Diagnosis is just pointing out whatever an issue is. When we get into pointing out that this person has a certain type of personality, that's, I guess, the way I go with it. Like noticing that that is your issue, that's very difficult. It's very difficult for some people. And yeah, owning your own shit, knowing that you are the cause of issues, that is, so people also have to want to change behavior. Like you've noted you wanted to change behavior. You wanted to own your shit. And that's good. That's commendable, dude. You know? I mean, it's so rare for people to do that now, honestly. GTG, what's up? Thank you for the membership. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. I'm checking the Shara numbers again. Oh man, Shara is now 31 subscribers away. We're so close. So close. 31 more people. I just need 31 people to go up to the link in the top, click that link, and go click subscribe for Shara. 31 people, because again, they said that she would never reach 1,000. So I want them to be like, oh no, she actually did. Oh, it's so good. And Pat Bath and Beauty, thanks for 5. Does Bruce not realize Larry is a criminal defense lawyer? He does, but you know, here's been the problem with Larry. Okay. Larry didn't cover his case. You remember that? Like Larry was supposed to go in and talk about the case, you know, to talk about everything that had happened, like with that macaroni and cheese lawsuit, and he didn't. And guess what happened after that? Isn't it really strange? Again, I can't say 100% that's why that happened, but isn't it interesting that Larry says no, and then Larry and Megan especially, those two, they're targeted repeatedly. Isn't that fascinating? I mean, you have other people that have talked about this litigation now. I'm not going to name the lawyers and other channels that have done that because that'll put them in the crosshairs. But there have been many channels that have gone out and talked about what's going on with What the Hales. Now, why weren't they targeted? Why didn't they have their thumbnails and images and the title? Why weren't they targeted? I mean, that begs the question, doesn't it? So as far as who and what Larry is, oh yeah, they know who Larry is. But they thought, again, it seems very petty and vindictive. That's what it felt like to me. Larry, you must do this or else. Larry told him no, man. He doesn't take no very well. He doesn't take criticism very well. Now, again, you saw it. Like, oh, man, well, if we go forward and you don't mention me again, don't call me an ambulance chaser anymore, I won't sue you. Like, that's not taking criticism very well. Right now, he's put himself in the jackpot, though. And again, you know, it's fascinating. He noted, and I'm paraphrasing this, but he noted bringing Stark on for the other cases, Thumbnail and RV, because it wouldn't look good in the federal case. Why wouldn't that look good, Bruce? There's your question. Why wouldn't that look good? Maybe that's because it makes it look petty and it makes it look vindictive. It makes it look, what's that word I'm looking for? Vexatious. Maybe it would make it look like, as far as you're going forward, that you're building an anti-what the hell's ecosystem and trying to shut down voices over it. But certain voices, it seems like, again, why were they chosen over other voices? Why does Larry have to be targeted with it? Larry wasn't covering this stuff for months, was he? Isn't that weird? Larry shut the fuck up for months, walked away, went to do his own thing, and yet. So Shara is now 20 subscribers away. She's at 980. Oh my God, I can see it. It's right there. 20 more people, I'm telling you. Link is at the top. All you got to do is go up there, click the link, click subscribe. You don't, like I said, you don't have to like anybody in it either. I took that as a personal challenge. And on top of that, like I said, I don't like the idea that they're telling somebody if you talk about the truth that you're going to have to stand alone and that they can bully and attack you And while they're building their ecosystem, that people, again, her or Slug have said, it's driven them to illness. They worry so much about this stuff that it's making them ill. They need to be, and the reason you feel like that isn't just the threats and a potential safety issue. That stuff will worry you for sure. I'm not saying that wouldn't, but what really worries people too is the fact that they feel like, if somebody comes along and tries to bury you, that you'll stand alone. Like I said, I worry about stuff. I'll be honest. Like, I know because I have faced crazy more than once. So I know ultimately at the end of the day, when I'm talking about something, if I believe in it, that I've got to put up or shut up. But yeah, I mean, even like for me, I have hundreds of thousands of people. I can actually talk about something and be able to fundraise, I suppose, or go fund if I needed to, if there was an emergency with that. But as a small channel, especially, you worry about standing there alone. You worry about drowning, or actually, it's not being drowned, is I guess a better way of putting it. Somebody taking your voice. It doesn't matter if you're 100% right either. See, the insidious nature of lawfare is the fact that it does cost people time and money. And a lot of people are not at the position where they can effectively go out and they can do something about that, Most people in their lives, they're not lawyers who can just drum up something and go out and target somebody. That's nasty, like I said. That's fucking nasty. And I don't like the idea that somebody would be hung out there by themselves. Because, again, they're talking about the truth. Oh, man, Shara is 2 subscribers away. 2 subscribers. Come on, 2 more. I need 2 more. 2 more, baby. 2 more. I need 2 more of you. 2 more. That's all I need. 2 more. I got to pull this up. Give me a second. Come on, we need 2 more of you. I usually don't. What's funny is, okay, she's at 1,000 now. Check this out. So, hey, you bunch of douchebags. And again, to those douchebags out there, that bunch of douchebags, you said that this woman could not go out and ever hit 1,000 subscribers. You told her that she would never get there, right? Well, there you go. There you go. And like I said, there should be a few more of you because, that line, again, just add to it a little more if you want to. But it's, there were at least 20 of them that were subscribed at one time. And they, they'd be like, hey, I'll knock it under that number. So keeping it at that number. Yeah. But isn't it interesting? Again, we pulled up this stream. There were 330 something. Maybe they shouldn't talk shit and say that somebody is, again, going to stand alone, solo. Shara, again, is making things very interesting. So, props to you, Shara. Oh, I love it. I love it there. Again, I don't, and this whole thing, unlike them, I'm not saying that anybody has to cover in a way that I agree with. I don't care if you fucking disagree with me. What I do care is when you start pulling up people's criminal past to say that, like, again, a Lloyd, for example, trying to dunk on that old man. When we've read his text exchanges, we've seen those exchanges. And in those exchanges, he has given money. He's actually trying to help out, just like a Shara did. And what happened? They get treated like dirt. I have a problem like that. I don't disagree. I don't give a fuck if you disagree with me. I don't pay attention to most people with that. But I do care about the other. Hey, Kim, thanks for the 4 months. Subscriber number 902 for Shara's channel. Love you, Tuck. Appreciate it. Love your voice, humor, any topic. Our chat is the best. Indeed. Thank you. Again, all like 902 there. I mean, y'all push that there, and you prove that it can be done. And there's the proof too. It shows an amplification of a story or anything else that can be done. The truth will win out. Squid Pro quote, what's up, Squiddy? Thanks for the 2 there. Zach is my personal troll. Hashtag accountability. Indeed. That's funny. Well, that reminds me of Ricky and his shaming tactics back in the day, That works. People telling you, hey, go and do something. I've always said, like I tell my kids, when you look at something, how do you look at an insult versus something that's you should actually take to heart? Well, if you look at something and you say, man, I really should change that. Maybe I am unhealthy or something. Okay, well then you go out, you change it. If it's something worth changing, change it. If there's a behavioral thing or again, weight or anything like that, you want to change it like that. Otherwise, none of it matters. So that's funny, but appreciate you, Squid. Again, you too do not stand alone either. Not at all. Travis, thanks for that. What the is wrong with these people? You did that to my family ranch. He would have a, let's say, not an issue. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, what's wrong? Well, like they said, they want to bury Jeremy. They want to, quoting the terminology that was utilized. That video, by the way, just to say, that video that Shara put up has 4,500 views on it too. Yeah, already. So, but yeah, I mean, when they're talking about it, they want him to go under. They want him gone. They want anything to help take Hales out. So what's their problem? Yeah, that it's vindictive and it's crazy. Aussie Wombat, thanks for the 3 there. We're all missing the baby umbrella girl interruptions. I know she's laying down. She wasn't feeling good. I'm surprised she hasn't woke up and come running down through here because she's been up and down. She's feeling better, but she had to rest. We had to go somewhere Friday, and getting out in the mess and the nasty made everybody feel bad. It's just going out, the weather around here, the pollen count, everything is so high. It's like, oh my God. There's a place, I don't know if people go up to Gatlinburg actually gets talked about a lot in Tennessee. Well, there's an area that reminds me of Gatlinburg I used to go to. When I would drive out there, there would be so much pollen in the air that when the sunlight would hit it right, it would look like snow. It would look like it was snowing. So, I mean, it's just awful sometimes in the air, but she'll definitely be there again to do it for sure. Thank you. Emma, thanks for the 15 months. Whatever happened to the police motto? To serve and protect. Now people have to do it themselves and potentially get in trouble for it. Yeah, indeed. Well, it's all, they're essentially a cleanup crew. Again, if you disagree with my statements on that, the Supreme Court has said, again, they're under no obligation to protect you. They will not save you. They will not save your soul. So, I mean, that's the reality of it. They're a cleanup. They solve the crimes. There was a case. I can't tell you the case itself because I can't remember, but you can look this up. So there was a lady that called 911. This is a legit case with the Supreme Court. She calls 911. There's a guy beating on her door trying to get in. 911 has no cars to dispatch. So what do they tell the lady? To yell at the guy and to tell him to leave, maybe come back later. Seems absurd, right? 911 stays on. The guy, of course, he continues. He persists. This goes on for a while. And 911 just listens on, trying to calm this lady down until inevitably the guy breaks her door down. And I'm going to use a descriptor, one word. It's a horrible descriptor, but this tells you how bad he butchers her. It's awful. The 911 calls out. It's awful to hear. It's chilling. So of course the family, they're like, what the, we need justice. Somebody should be held accountable. And the Supreme Court is like, well, the police, they're not generally obligated to protect you. So serve and protect, yeah. The protect part, well, it's fascinating. You're driving down the road and speeding, definitely, Somebody's driving down the road like in here with, they got some weed in their car. Oh yeah, you gotta worry about a cop, but potentially saving your life. And not even getting to the legal issues. There's some legal stuff I really want to change in Tennessee. I've started advocating for, and I'm going to talk more about as we go forward. Jenny, thanks for the 2. Get the sheriff audio about the poop steak holes. I gotta see what all is out there, just to see. I don't know how much more audio and everything. I gotta see what else is there. When the police call you back too. So what happens is you call 911, they tell you you'll get a call back. Sometimes they'll have a recording of that, and sometimes they won't. Sometimes it's more like, it's them giving advice or whatever. Now, sometimes, like I said, they record it, and they should. It should be recorded, but it's not always. Wendy, thanks for the 2. Tugs, precious peanuts. I don't know. I've got to, we could do precious persons or, we got to have like a good, what would be a good one there? Like we have tugs, thugs, we need something to go with precious. Anybody got a good idea for that? Come on, chat. Give me an idea for that if you got one. I would love to have like a subscriber level where people come in and we could, do that with my preciouses. That would be really funny. If you have an idea of it, let me know in the chat. John, thanks for the 5. 2 fleas. Sounds are now selling merch that the hate was nothing but to build their channel. So disgusting. Yeah, indeed. And I don't hate on people for grift, man. I run a channel. I have merchandise. In fact, you can go to ThatUmbrellaGuy.com. You can pull up stuff. I have what I consider, to be funny. I mock situations. I do. There are serious situations that go on, but at the same time, you turn them into a laugh track. But it is fascinating. I was told over and over again that, profiting, making some money, that's terrible, right? And yet, I don't mind. Again, we made shirts with the Iron Throne, which is beautiful. I love that. That image cracks me up. Dead Punk actually went back in, by the way. If you look at it, that is not an AI generated image. He went in, cleaned it up, made it look beautiful. Did a great job with it. And we also did the I Plead the Fifth, which is good looking. I like that. It actually came out very well too, just to be honest. The thing was that, again, these people said that it's harassment. It's terrible. They call people everything north of they call you grifters and more. It's nasty shit. And yet when it comes down, do they monetize? Yes, they monetize. Of course they do. And that's always struck me. Let me I'm gonna show you one thing real quick. Give me a second here. Yeah, let's check these out. So this looks good. Here's that image on a coffee cup. Look at that. Doesn't that look cool? It looks good. Some Vanessa's. That's beautimous. I love it. I Plead the Fifth. That's Dead Punk's art. He does great work, by the way. It's great work. Ray helps make sure that everything looks great. In fact, if you ever need website work, Ray does a great job. One of the things I love about Ray is the fact that he doesn't just abandon you. Like if you need something as a client there, I know like if I need help, if there's an issue or I have questions, he's available. So props to those guys. And DTG, thanks for 5. Also, yes, this is a good note to give Shara's video some views. I mean, that's true too. One of the things that encourages people and tells them that there are other folks around. By the way, her channel's at, check this out. Give me 1 second, I got a call. If you look, not just at the channel, but you look at videos, telling people that they're doing something that matters, and you want to give the channel itself that pulls this stuff up. You want to give them props, but you want to give them their flowers, as it were. And she has 4.5K on that for 14 hours. And that's been big time. I mean, she's actually, that's her biggest video with all of it. But in the last month, you notice her video stuff. She's like, you know what? These people, again, they've targeted her. And when she's looking at this, apparently, again, she didn't take kindly to them and the way they treated her. People also, here's a statement I think she probably agree with, looking at her actions. She tried to walk away quietly. She tried to walk away from them without raising a stink, as it were. And you see her communicating with Bruce behind the scenes and being like, yo, what's up with that audio that just came up? I've got real concerns about that. And she's just dismissed, just flagrantly blown off, like she's in like nothing, like that doesn't matter. That's wrong. Her channel right now, by the way, is at 1.02K subscribers. Like I said, I love it. I love the fact that she was told, again, those people, all their empty promises, they promise people, again, I'm not saying Shara ever did this for this reason, but they make the empty promise of, hey, you cover this in all your views. You get all these views and you get all these subscribers, right? They didn't do that for Shara. I'm going to kick her to the curb with 23 subscribers, man. What the fuck are these empty promises? That's very empty, don't you say? So again, she can go out, she can practice independent journalism, she can cover whatever the fuck she wants. Build it, showcase. Again, she's releasing, what she's done so far is she's released audio and video. That's it. And some and on top of that, she put proof of exchanges saying that this has been what's there. But she's shown proof. She hasn't given an opinion or anything in these. So it'll be fascinating to see how the spin goes with that, saying that she's doing X, Y, or Z, when she didn't make any statements. The content itself is a statement. But she hasn't said, oh, look at this here in the video. This is what that means. She's just presenting you with items and saying, this is what's going on. And a couple of those things are absolute bombshells. So anyway, I'm going to call it here. It's been, we went long tonight. I did not expect to go live tonight, but we needed to. I needed to go live tonight. And I went longer than I meant to. Next time we go live, like I said, I plan on covering the Jamie thing. If I do go live tomorrow, I actually want to hit some of the Peanut stuff that's come up too, because I do not want to leave Peanut the squirrel or Fled the raccoon. I do not want to leave them in the dustbin of history, as it were. I want them to be talked about too. So anyway, let's talk about something else when we come up. Yeah, we'll see what goes on. But if nothing else comes up, we'll cover the Jamie. I feel like there's going to be more to that we're going to hear about too. But it'll add some context to a few things going on, and we'll go from there. But anyway, I appreciate you folks. God, it's 11 o'clock. I can't believe it's late already. Thank you. See ya.